3 people. Fuck. My subscribers are all responsible people that get up early in the morning. What the hell? My account is restricted. I want to talk about the importance of commitment and how distractions are a lot greater than we realize because of the amount of busyness that's happening around us, especially for people in apartment buildings or more populated areas. At least for me, the only thing, they don't want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. I'm actually doing stuff. Is my mother here? I messaged you. It should be in your message requests. I don't know your new phone number.
Hello?
What's up, cunt?
Why do you have to be so... It's not nice. I just sent you $40.
You know what's not nice? Why did you pin a post about mental illness with my name in all caps on your Facebook profile?
Oh, Casey. I don't know how to help you. You won't let anyone help you.
Can you please just answer me that first?
Melissa just tried to call me. Casey, I just want you to come home.
Don't avoid accountability with guilt tripping. Let go of the false narrative. Why did you pin a post about mental illness, sneak dissing your son, with my name in all caps on your Facebook profile?
So that you would see it.
Why wouldn't you just have somebody message me your feelings? You already have Melissa message me all the time. Was it because you wanted to attack me?
No. I want you to come home and go get help.
Can you recognize how that would be detrimental to my reputation?
I guess I feel desperate, Casey, to get you help. Desperate. I just want you to get help.
Can you recognize that what you did may have been detrimental to my reputation?
Well, I suppose if you put it that way.
You didn't think that would happen when you did it? You didn't think you were trying to attack my self-esteem?
No, that was not my intention.
Well, every time you comment on the town group and somebody goes to click your profile, the first thing they see is a narrative being spun because nobody knows me because I'm gone. Nobody has any idea anything about what's happened to me. I've been gone for years. So all anybody sees when they look at your profile is you making claims that I have an opinion about something, or I might be acting a certain type of way that might not be true.
Actually, it's not about mental illness.
It's called mental illness. The name of the person that
No.
you reposted is called mental health awareness. So to bots and to haters and to people in the community, they see you reposting something about mental health because you also posted on a group of over 10,000 people that your son has schizophrenia. Do you know how many people, guess how many people, when you made that post, messaged me hate, telling me to kill myself, you fucking schizo, homeless faggot?
Well, that's not very nice.
7 people. And they used you when I was like, why do you think that I'm schizophrenic? And they're like, because your mom won't stop telling on you. People think that I'm walking around as a real violent schizophrenic. People that are, let's be honest, the people in those groups suck. People on Facebook are lonely. They're insecure losers.
All right, well, maybe I don't handle things properly every single time.
Then can you
I do apologize for that.
I mean, I'm gonna say I'm proud. I've never had you take this level of accountability. That threw me off. So there's growth there. I've never had you take that much accountability.
I panic, Casey.
Like be honest.
I'm sorry. I panic when I think that you're going to freeze to death. You know I can't sleep. I pace.
Guilt tripping.
I can't help you when you're out in 0 below weather.
Guilt tripping.
Do you understand?
No, I don't understand.
Well, to a mother watching, I can't watch you anymore. It's killing me. I just can't do it.
Well, can you at least acknowledge that you might not, like you said, you don't handle things very well? Do you think maybe that you have your own issues?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have PTSD, and I do not deny it.
You also, on a higher level, I think that you're an Aquarius, but also that goes into delusions and narcissism. And
Well, I don't know about all that, Casey.
no, I know all about it. Just like you study schizophrenia all the time, I study narcissism all the time. And
Well, I'd have to read about that, and I'm not going to say no to
you have to read
anything
about
at this point.
narcissism.
But I want you to know that it comes from a good place. A very big fear of you dying,
Your actions,
like John Michael did.
your actions. Stop guilt tripping. Your action. That's virtue signaling. It's emotionally charged. Weaponization of your emotions.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it is. That's why you
Shit, I just showed myself. Okay, here.
You're
this
not on
is for-
camera.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. You're
See
next.
that?
You're next to the camera. You want to be on camera?
No.
show everybody.
You know, I hate to tell you this, Casey, but I reported your profile. You're going to lose this channel.
For what?
They're going to take it down, and you're going to have no way to get back on.
Why?
You posted my photo, and that's doxing. And you know how many weirdos are out there?
That's not doxing. They don't know your name.
It's doxing.
They don't know your name. You're not my friend on Facebook.
You have said my name several times.
Yeah, and this is considered freedom of speech.
Okay, well, if they feel that
I told you. She said she's already found a way to try to attack me again.
That's right. 'Cause you have no
That's right.
to post my picture.
So I called her
Tell this.
because she sent me $40. I called her to see if she's changed, and she took a little bit of accountability, but she's gone right back to that. Do you know that people think narcissism is a demon that sits over your consciousness and influences your behavior? So if you're not living an active lifestyle and you smoke cigarettes, it puts you in a state of disharmony, which allows you to be puppeted. So your opinions might not even be your own. I noticed you really just have a set of 6 different habits that you do. You're mainly here to do slander campaigns and to sort of direct, and you get obsessive because you're lonely, and I feel the same way. I get obsessed because I'm lonely, but I have my own escapism. At least you apologized, but then you revealed that you've tripled down. So, are you ready, Mom? Why was what I did wrong when I posted your picture or your name and said my opinion about you? How is that any different than you pinning my name and your opinion about me on your Facebook?
All right, you got a point.
See?
You got a point. You're right.
What it is it's a lack of accountability, and it really stems from that you might not care about me as much as you think you do, and it might be more of the idea of me than who it actually is.
No, that's not true. You're my son, and I love you more than anything on this earth.
Then why doesn't your behavior reflect that?
Well, I guess I need to get some help with the reactivity, I guess.
That's not reactivity. You had it there for about 6 months now. You've had 6 months to stop reacting. That was a decision you made intentionally, knowing it was going to be hurtful, detrimental, gaslighting, when you could have just talked to me. You've had 3 years to stop that relief from abuse. You stop that relief from abuse whenever you feel like it, and then when you feel like hurting me, you weaponize the relief from abuse again.
No, I just called and I screamed bloody murder into that phone with that state's attorney.
I don't care what you did. It's what you've done. I don't care what you did 3 days ago. It's what you did for the past 3 years.
I have been trying to get that dropped. It is dropped. Most of it is dropped, and I don't understand why they haven't dropped the whole thing. And I think it's because the state's attorney left and the victim's advocate left. They no longer work there. So it's new people.
Well, I mean, whoever it is on your end has a horrible attitude whenever he talks to me. He's condescending, he's cocky. He's what'd he say? He said he stood up without being asked to. So whoever this new guy is, while my public defender was speaking, he stood up and said, "We can just take it to trial."
Oh my God, Casey, you don't want to do that.
Whose fault is it? It's my fault for reacting, but you reacted first. But I could have just left. I could have left you asleep and not said anything. So, but I mean, if you go back further, it's like this is a decade-long problem. All right.
Jesus.
Do you read your Bible?
I have one, yes.
How often do you open it?
Well, sometimes it scares me, like Revelation is pretty freaky.
Are you retarded?
Well, no, I don't think so, maybe.
I think you're retarded, and I think that's my dad's energy coming out of you. But Revelations is just the age of Aquarius. If God didn't want to explain what computers were yet to people, to let them figure it out on their own, and that the souls that don't make the cut get purged, he would say they go into the lake of fire. But I think that's also, there's so much complexity to it that has an overarching theme of the narrative that we've been living inside in the Age of Pisces movie, that the lake of fire could be in a volcanic eruption, but it could also be that the earth gets so hot and the air gets so dense that the people that don't go up to space to the heavens are cast into the lake of fire. A cast is when it covers you. You put a cast on your leg. So if the air gets so hot through climate change that we can't exist and we burn to death, we would be cast. We'd be cast in the lake of fire. So why do you think that I need help and that my mind isn't working well? You know, why do you think that I need to go into you want me to go to the retreat?
If I had a choice, it would be holistic. There's a Lake Champlain opened up a holistic treatment center, and I don't think it's inpatient. I mean, you know, but I would like to try holistic stuff instead of medication.
So all these times that I asked you for help with money to buy supplements, or I asked you instead of asking for, when I asked for help with because you love research, that's all you do, right? You just sit there and learn.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we have looked into this holistic stuff while I was out in the woods?
You talk about accountability, Casey, but what you don't do is you don't say how you threatened to kill your father.
3, 4,
Melissa,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
You're not-
11,
you're-
12,
you're
13,
kinda
14,
stereotyping.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
I never threatened to kill my father.
Yes, you did.
When?
You threatened to kill all of us, Casey.
No. I never threatened to kill you.
I do think that you were worse when you were smoking pot. I do notice a big difference in you. When you're not smoking pot, like in your mental state.
You think
So I
maybe it's the
that-
traumas that I've endured and the amount of time I've spent focused every day working? That was the change? When
No,
when
definitely
you
made
or
you
anyone
psychotic.
smokes weed is a feminine energy. The emotions that I feel on a daily basis are amplified. And with the weed, it lets you go into your system and get more present. And for me,
No, but it
for
causes
me,
you to become
yes, it is.
psychotic.
No, it doesn't cause me to be psychotic. It causes me to think about things. It causes me to think about things on a more complex level, which can be overwhelming because of how I think. So the psychotic stuff was really a lack of being grounded and being in the wrong environment. When I smoke weed out in the woods, I freak out because it's so much more that I think about. It gets overwhelming. And I had a lack of boundaries. So the things that would come to me, like things that was influencing me, relationships, other people, especially trauma that seemed to always happen when I was at that elated state, that heightened state, where I would get closer with my background in music and creation to probably emitting a high frequency or this connection to Christ consciousness that caused people that don't do the work to get stirred. Yesterday I meditated, so I sat here and really tried. I got maybe 2 seconds in, I felt a little bit closer to what you're talking about, that heightened state of self that in the past had caused me to react and be upset, but also be more, not deranged, but impulsive. So, well, do you want to talk about what behavior you think I did that was psychotic?
I don't know how, I can't fight with you about this. I have
Here, listen.
diagnosis.
It's not a
I
fight.
have your diagnosis, Casey. I have it in paper.
Yeah, and then they removed it.
No, they didn't, honey.
Yes, they did.
No.
Do you want me to call Spring Harbor?
I'm not.
Do you want me to? I'll call Spring Harbor right now.
You are schizoaffective, which means bipolar with psychotic features. So you're more bipolar than schizophrenic.
Do you want to go into Jungian psychology and how the person that invented schizophrenia did black magic rituals on indigenous children? And that he made a lot of it up. What schizophrenia is, if you have what do you consider a delusion? If I think I'm a pink pony,
No,
that's a delusion.
I don't know.
I'm obviously not a pink pony.
There's a lot.
She's avoiding.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I can't fight with you about this.
We're not fighting. You think we're fighting because you're a narcissist. The reason you think that we're fighting is because you feel like you have to attack me. So you think I'm attacking you. And I noticed that, so I have to keep talking, knowing that you think it's a fight.
No.
Yes. Or you wouldn't, because I'm not trying to fight you. I would love to be able to be authentic. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard. We already had you guilt tripping a couple times. I'm only asking that you kind of back up what you say. So another thing about that diagnosis is that you weren't there and don't know the therapist. You don't know what I said that would cause for them to think that I was delusional or showing signs of schizoaffective. You're just going off what somebody said. Other people that I've met after that incident don't feel that way. It's not just every therapist thinks the same way, every psychiatrist and psychologist thinks the same way. I might have been different at that time, and the behavior might not have been schizophrenia, but maybe that person didn't understand what I was saying because of the stress and the lack of knowledge I had, or the ability to articulate and advocate for myself. Maybe the issue was I wasn't able to express what I was thinking, and it wasn't necessarily schizophrenic, it was just hard to comprehend. Like if I say
Well, you
that,
used to hear voices, Casey, and you used to hallucinate. But I'm beginning to think that was the pot causing that, because you don't seem to
No.
be doing that as much.
no, I'm better with it. What it is a psionic gift. It's not hearing voices in a sense that it's a chemical deficiency in my brain that's causing my brain to create things. What it is possibly, what I think is, it's an upbringing that was isolated and centered around me staring at a screen and centered around me creating characters in my mind to get me through isolation. Isolation is the worst form of torture a human can endure. And I spent a lot of my life sitting completely alone. And to be honest, I'm not going to say you were a bad mom, but I don't think we really talked. I don't think it's your fault. I don't think I would have even enjoyed it. You know, I wasn't unhappy, but also it was considered the worst form of human torture.
I think my worst regret is being reactive
She's not listening.
to everything in a heightened sense.
Nothing gets through to her.
And I wish I could go back and change that.
She's not even talking to me. It's not me.
No.
Whoever she thinks this is, she's so trapped. It's not me at all. That's why she just completely derailed to some random shit. I was trying to talk to her. Because it was getting through. And that is scary to someone who's afraid to commit to change and to let go of things. Like she ate Ben and Jerry's so much, she had 3 heart attacks and died.
Cut it out, Casey.
Yes, she did. She went to the hospital. And you know what she said? She was just talking to me about Jesus. You see that those crossed wires there? She's talking to me about Jesus and talking to
First
God.
of all, I don't even.
But I'm
scream.
schizophrenic
We should
because
get off that, because
she
it makes me
thinks I
sick.
hear voices.
Oh, ice cream is not the
So that's her trying to, she's playing chess with me. She's
M&Ms
ignoring what I say, and she puts little pieces down to try to gaslight me further. Because it's more about exerting control over me.
All right, so through my research, what I'm finding is a lot of the schizophrenia stuff, it's like it could be a virus. They're looking into a virus that could have, like a strep, It's a strep virus that went untreated. That's what it says. So it's some kind of virus, and it's inflammation in the brain, and it builds up. So that's, I don't know. This is very complicated.
Yes, inflammation in the brain can cause the water in your brain to not harmonize as well. But also, there are parasites in all of our bodies that know how to get into our brain, and they press against certain things that guide you towards food to continue feeding the parasites. And those things could be stress. Those things could be, if you have a trauma of something somebody did to you, when the parasites want their food and they know that when you get stressed out, you eat, they'll just keep pressing on it, making you relive that trauma. They just stimulate your neurons.
Well, that's awful.
And also,
especially if medicine knows about this and they're not treating it.
Okay, stop placing blame for a sec. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this. We're trying to get to the truth here. Why? So can we get to a more complex understanding that maybe what's going on in your mind isn't, or in anybody's mind, isn't able to be confined under one word that has so much stigma attached to it? Like maybe people didn't when schizophrenia was first introduced into psychology, people still believed in demonic possession and were doing black magic. But they weren't allowed to say that in science. So they had to find something that could work around their personal belief in the occult and in entities and in energies. Right?
Yeah.
So
I've been looking into the demonic thing and also
I know you are.
So you're right about that. I don't know. All I know is
she's not ready to let it go.
And I don't want my son to freeze to death.
She's guilt tripping.
Okay?
She's guilt tripping and playing the victim.
What?
You're guilt tripping and playing the victim. You did things that were detrimental to my mental health, and you haven't.
I'm sure I did. I'm not a perfect human being.
Yeah, but then I acknowledged it, and you kept going. I think you posted that Casey with the mental health thing despite me, because I was talking about you on my YouTube channel that you were watching, and I think you did that because you knew that people would see that, like my family, and you were more trying to get them to continue believing that there's something wrong with me, so that the eventuality is that you could play victim like this. With your, I don't know, is it virtue signaling? When she's like, I don't want my son to freeze to death, so I'm gonna make people think that he's crazy on the internet.
You don't think that when you're around your father and I or Melissa, you get aggressive and frighten us? You frighten Jesse. You threatened to kidnap his ass. What the fuck, Casey?
See?
You can't threaten to kidnap.
This is narcissism.
I mean, it scares
people. This is narcissism
people.
because her brain, she's so full of cigarettes. Mom, when's the last time you left the house?
Recently, actually, I had to go to the dentist. Thank you.
I know. I heard the word dentist 4 times today. I heard your voice saying the dentist, and I was like, my mom wants me to go to the dentist.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well.
But now I know the last time you left the house was no. What I was actually thinking about, what I was thinking about is that what happened spiritually. Why, if we're in a matrix controlled by a government that knows about a cult and they rape children on an island, so everything in American society was designed to destroy our sense of consciousness so that we can connect to a spirit and a higher level of frequency. What is the dentist? And then I'm like, oh, your teeth are sensors. Like your bones are designed to be filled with sunlight. We're receivers of energy, and we're feeling everything so vividly. We're big machines that process the universe. So why did dentists give so many kids sugar all the time, that psyop about sugar, knowing that it would destroy their teeth so that they could fill it? Why did they degenerate our teeth so that they could fill it with a substance that dulls everything? And it's because it's gumming up our receiver. We have shit in our teeth now, so we're no longer able to we're not complete humans anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what came to me when I heard your voice talk about the dentist. That's what I thought about. And now you're talking about the dentist, and the last time you left was to go to the dentist, where they stick Novocaine, which goes through your body and it stays there.
Oh, wonderful.
For a long time, keeping you numb. They put it in your bloodstream, They put a numbing agent in your bloodstream and it goes around your entire body. You don't think that there's a residual numbness that stays?
Here's the thing that bothers me about you're very smart, and I don't disagree with a lot of the
So
stuff.
why don't come on, ask me. Stop assuming and gaslighting me and calling me names and guilt tripping and going with that whatever. Ask me about what I think about things. Ask me about what I think about things.
To be able to function properly. I want you to. I mean, this is the thing. If you're going to live homeless, then
Just
you gotta
ask.
wise up.
Okay, stop.
You gotta learn
Stop.
how
Ask.
to build shelters,
Ask me
how to
something.
survive.
Ask me a question. It's been 10 years. Ask me a question.
It hasn't been 10 years.
It's been 10 years since we've had a real conversation. Ask me. I have to get like this.
Okay, how do you expect to survive living homeless, taking good care of yourself?
Why do you think
finding a place to bathe your body?
First off, it's one question. Stop. You asked me, why do you think it's hard? You're a strong narcissist. Why do you think I want or plan to be homeless?
Well, I don't see how you're going to get help if you treat everybody who comes to help you rudely. I understand, Casey, that they're idiots.
Well, why
I
do you,
scream at
what?
them. If you heard the way that I talk to these motherfuckers, you would laugh.
See,
because you know
she's
when
just
I get
processing
going,
it. She's
I'm
possessed. She's
and I
processing
scream at
emotion. She's putting on a show.
Oh my God, Casey.
I have to do this to talk to you.
I don't know how to help you get a room. I've tried.
It's lonely.
You don't even
She lives a
know the
lonely
stuff
life.
I have tried.
Her only friend is just like a receiver where she just spews like this for hours. My outlet is you guys.
You can't treat the police the way you're treating them and expect them to give a shit.
Why not? Hold them accountable?
Because you know what they're going to do
Hold
to
them
you?
accountable?
They're going to pull you into the woods, Casey, and they're going to shoot you in your head. And
They
no
tried
one's ever
that.
going to find you. You can't be treating the cops like this.
So she's
If you
avoided.
don't
She's
like
avoided
them,
the
stay
question that
away
I
from
asked.
them. But these are authoritative.
She's just spewing out whatever. It's sort of slave mastery. You're trying to order me around. You're just spewing orders
I
at
want
me.
you to be able to build a shelter in the woods to be safe, and I want you to be able to have water so you can survive and bathe.
We've been having these
and a way
conversations
to
for
get
years.
food and to cook the food.
Years.
But when you get in your state, the mental state, after you haven't slept for a few days, that's part of the bipolar. You don't sleep for 3 days, and then you become a little bit more delusional. And it's a cycle that happens constantly.
No.
So if we could get you on something natural.
So do you know that bipolar people are just more receptive to the changes of the phase of the moon?
Well, for all we know, that could have something to do with it. I don't know is what I'm telling you. I don't know.
I've been living in my body for 25 years. Why don't you ask me what I think it is? And you go right to thinking that I need to go to a treatment facility.
There are a lot of people that have this. And actually, I came across a South Korean research group that thinks that they have found that there's a missing enzyme or something in people with bipolar, and they're working on a treatment. And it could save so many lives.
Did you know that the main therapist for the Hollywood elite doesn't believe in schizophrenia?
Well,
or
sure
bipolar?
It's a demon, because I'll tell you what, I've looked in your eyes at times and thought, what the fuck's Pazuzu doing in there? I mean, you could be pretty scary, man. I'm just saying.
I'm a performer.
Look, if I didn't think you would kill me, I'd hide you in my apartment and I'd get you treatment.
I never think about killing you, but a lot of times.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You have said it online.
She just told me what she thinks about.
Written it to me. And I don't know if I want my own son killing me, considering all the kids that are killing their parents on the news.
Do you think maybe I just say that because I know you're watching?
I don't know, Casey, but I don't feel safe, and I have weapons, so you know what I mean?
She's threatening me.
No, I have
You're
weapons,
threatening me.
though, against anyone who tries.
It's hard. I wish I had a better mother, but it's hard to I mean,
Is that a nice thing to say?
maybe I
I
don't.
wish you had a better
Do you think
mother.
it's a nice thing
What-
for you
now,
to
how would
continue
you feel if
gaslighting
I
me about
said,
my mental health?
"Gee, I wish I had a better son"?
Do you think it's nice and appropriate and kind to, instead of asking yourself, when's the last time you've seen me? 8,
A
9.
couple of summers ago when you beat your father senseless, you know, a 70-year-old man. Did you
See?
have to do
See?
that? Even if he
See?
slapped you, even if he did something to you, you could have laughed in his face. He's an
So
old
she's
man.
not asking. You don't even ask what happened.
It doesn't
You
matter
go right
what
to
he
guilt
did.
tripping,
He's
trying to
70
shame
years
because you're
old.
trying to
He's-
exert your
you almost
control over
killed
me.
him.
You're trying to exert control over me.
No, if I did, I'd kidnap you. You know what I told the cops once? I said if I could get away with it, I'd kidnap my own kid, tie his ass up in my own apartment,
This is
and,
the
and I
demon.
would get him treatment. I would
This
force
is
treatment.
so spirit, your ancestors, and probably demonic entities or whatever's out there is using you and puppeting you to contradict yourself for
Oh my
the
God, I
lesson.
just want my son
Hmm?
back.
So listen. Do you know what you just
You
said?
know, I want my
Listen,
sweet,
do you know what you just
smart,
said?
sensitive, funny. Just you were an incredible kid.
Well, you exaggerated to the cops and I got raped.
Oh, you didn't get raped. Cut that out.
So,
I didn't rape you.
so you just said that you told the police that you would kidnap me.
I said if I could get away with it.
If you could get away with it, you would kidnap me.
And help
What the
you,
fuck is
make
wrong with you?
get help.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because you're
So, listen, are you ready? Your whole world's gonna cave in. So what's wrong with me saying that I wish I could take Jesse to somewhere safe, like a forest grotto where we could sit and I could help him do breathing exercises and get away from his isolated life so that he could wake up and run around and I would play sports with him and we could go DoorDash and we could go to restaurants.
That's not what you told him. You said you tie him to a tree until he complied. That's what you told him.
No, I said we should tie
That's
crack.
a little different.
I said we
But I
should.
don't, you know what? I don't
Shut the
care.
fuck up, bitch. I said we should talk. We should tie crackheads to trees. Are
All
you?
they need is to go detox and get into this treatment, which the government won't open up.
No,
Goddamn.
no.
Have to get
No.
off the addictive.
What they? No. You don't know anything about those people.
Everyone that lives in my apartment building is addicted to crack, except me and one other lady. So there you go.
That's probably why you're bitching.
Well,
Because you
if
have
I let 'em in, they'll steal from
you
me.
have
That's for sure.
crack distortion in your energy field. You know what's cool about you being an Aquarius is that you're unaffected by that. But it forces you to be probably in such a chaotic environment like that. It's necessary for you to be such a delusional narcissist.
No, I feel bad for them, is what I feel.
Yeah, but in order to keep maintaining, or else you would go psychotic every day, and that's why you've
Look,
turned into
I
a
know
social
I'm
media.
wrong. I know that you're taping me because you tape everything. And what I want to say
I can delete
is,
it after.
in no way, shape, or form am I a perfect person. And I will never try to, and I never tell anyone, not the police, not any therapist, no one, that I'm perfect. Never. I don't ever try to say that it's all you and I have nothing to do
They would
with
consider that a
anything.
schizophrenic delusion because your hair is falling out of your head and you're obese. If you told them,
No, they don't.
if you told them I am a perfect person, they'd consider that a schizophrenic delusion.
Well, I don't hear
So of
voices
course you
that
don't tell them you're a perfect
don't-
person. You don't hear voices probably because you're not ready to.
I don't know. I just want you to be
She
able
believes
to
in
survive
aliens.
healthily. I want you to be healthy and safe.
She believes that
That's
there are
all I
aliens up
want.
just right out there. Just right out there. Sitting there.
Ooh, I'll send you a crow with a note.
She'll send me a crow. I hate you so much.
You know,
Sometimes I
got
wish you were
me
dead.
bugging out. One day I'm looking out my window and there's
I don't plan on killing her, but I wish I could punch her in the face.
20 crows I see out here, and I'm like bugging out. I'm going, why are they
She's just
here?
talking to herself. She thinks I'm listening. You see 20 crows sitting outside your window, and you start bugging
Yeah, I
out.
was like,
Are you
what the hell is
schizophrenic?
that? No, but with all your
Why aren't you
talk about
schizophrenic? Why do I have to be schizophrenic, but you're not schizophrenic?
it,
Which
because
one?
there's certain criteria.
Like you've destroyed your mind with cigarettes and isolation that you're not ready to reach a higher paradigm and a level of accountability and commitment to control yourself that gets extremely overwhelming. So instead, you hide from those emotions and the literal conscious revolution and ascension of the planet. You hide from that with your bad habits. Have you quit cigarettes?
Gee, Casey, Mr. Preach About Smokes, you smoke about.
She said, "Gee, Casey, Mr. Preach About Smokes." So that's avoiding accountability because you still think that we're fighting. And you have
A lot of the stuff that you say is very interesting, and I don't dismiss it. So you know, I don't. And I don't know what schizophrenia, or you're not even really schizophrenic.
Oh, there we go.
You're schizoaffective, which is more
Ooh.
bipolar.
Stop. They're turning me. I'm trying to embody this compassion for you, Mom, but you forced me to turn into this guy. This isn't me.
You know, I just miss you so much. There's no word.
You don't miss me so much. You dismiss me so much.
I don't dismiss you. That's the problem.
Every day you have 1,000 chances to message me and
Torturing
you don't. You instead obsess until you can produce this disgusting contorted fruit of casing in it, this little thing you try to get everyone to eat about me.
Okay, is it normal for a human being to not?
What is normal? Normal is when the Normans invaded and they tried to make their slaves normal.
Casey, I want you to be able to survive if you're going to be homeless. And you can. But maybe you
Normal
ought to
isn't
get some
real.
help so that we can build you something. Or
How do I break her out?
could-
You have to break her out and then she could be so powerful.
If you could find
You look like a
anybody, I'd be
sewer rat.
looking to let you park a structure on their property, I will buy you one. I will make sure you have a structure. Please. I don't want you wandering around in the cold like this. I don't like it.
I'm in a hotel.
I know, but
What's that got to do with me?
I want you to be
I'm a
safe.
Sagittarius. I love
want you to
wandering.
be- I want you to take care of your body because you cannot
By winning.
not be.
So we get, this is the age-old 10 years when we get to this level. Are you ready? Why don't you ask how you can help me? But instead you scream at me that I need help. And that you want to help so much. Why don't you ask me, man? You do help. You send me money. So do you want to talk about my dad?
Your father is not well right now, Casey.
He's never been well.
All right, so he's drinking himself to death.
He's always
yet
drinking
again.
himself to death. He's a drunk.
Yeah, so I don't think he's waiting to die.
Whose fault is that?
His own.
Yes. So why are you guilt tripping me about it?
No, I'm not guilt tripping you. I want you to
Your
stay away
father-
from him.
You're an Aquarius Cancer, so you're like, I have to tell you how sad this story is.
I just don't want you to hurt him again. He's been hurt enough.
So why don't you ask me what happened? You know, there's always
It doesn't
three.
matter what happened, Casey. You shouldn't hit a 70-year-old. Twice you've done it.
Listen. Did you hear the Gary come out of me? Listen. How many times have you heard my dad say that?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
say
because
that.
you do the same shit to him. And he has to say listen to get you to listen, because you don't, because you have your own issues.
Yeah, and who's denying it? I don't care what the world thinks of me. I could give a
Well, I
fuck.
wish that you would hold yourself to a higher standard and talk to me better and address those problems and make a change in the present moment.
Look, your childhood was not perfect, but I can tell you right now,
I don't feel I had a
I've
bad
seen worse
childhood.
in my childhood than you ever saw. You were spoiled rotten. You never wanted for a thing. I was always there. You know, we
I
went on
wanted friends.
trips. I did so much for you. My problem was that I overreacted to stuff,
No,
and that's the
I
truth.
can feel she's reaching. Are you rolling up a cigarette right now?
No.
Okay. I almost started. I felt it come in. So, do you want to tackle beliefs? Do you want to talk about what we actually believe in so that you stop giving me these distorted, kind of chaotic, not pieced together things like I'm schizophrenic, but you believe in aliens?
Casey, I've seen something. Matter of fact, not long
They've
ago.
revealed
I
themselves
was
to us.
looking out my window smoking a cigarette, actually, and something went by over the trees. And I mean, what else could it friggin' be? It was something.
I know what it is.
Well, it was like bizarre. It was red, and it had some white around it. And it was going slow. It was not going fast. And it was too low to be anything other than something odd. And I watched the
So,
damn thing.
listen. Are you ready? An alien that can fly a ship. We have artificial intelligence that's able to respond to. Do you know how quickly ChatGPT responds to very big, deep, thought out, meaningful questions?
True.
And it comes up with a really, like, something higher level than we can comprehend. And that's just talking to a computer interface. So something that would be more advanced than us, that has the ability to cloak itself, you don't think it can see where your eyes are looking at all times faster than we can comprehend?
Maybe, yeah.
So there's no way you could accidentally stumble upon an entity. That was a soft approach. That was letting you see it and think that maybe you uncovered something crazy, when really it could have been anything that was showing whatever that was to you to get your mind ready for the big revelation.
Possibility, but I just worry it's going to be
So
a
do you want to
false
hear my
flag.
alien stories?
I mean, what if it's a false flag?
Fine.
What if... I don't know. I can't think about...
So when you saw the UFO or the alien, and you went into hysterics, and you had a heart attack. So let's say if you had a heart attack and you went into the hospital and you told them, "I saw something that looked like an alien," they would tell you you're a schizophrenic. Can you tell me which program that I was in was the one that you have the paper that says I'm schizoaffective? Miami. So Miami, at first, they had me diagnosed schizoaffective. At the end of it, after I was there for a month and they observed my behavior, the doctor said, "I don't think you have anything really wrong with you. I think that you're a genius. And I think that you should live a better life than you're living, and you should apply your knowledge. You're free." He said I was free to go whenever I wanted. I could stay as long as I wanted and figure things out, or I could leave whenever I felt like it. If they still have that schizoaffective diagnosis, and that's not the preliminary diagnosis that they eventually took off, because I've talked to therapists since, and they said that there's nothing in my files. Like we've had Mimi reach out to Spring Harbor. Everybody's got my court paperwork. For court, when you do the evaluation, you have to you sign those releases to get all that information, because they want to get an actual assessment of you, because some people care, some of them don't. So the reason that I went to Miami in the first place, and you haven't even asked what I said to them that would make them think that I was schizophrenic. I'm remembering back, and I told them some stories about my life that made her tear up a little bit. And then she basically said that she didn't really have anything to give me. Like, I asked her about diagnosis. I even asked her about PTSD, and she said that it's been too early to really give you anything. You're also getting off weed, because the reason that I was hospitalized, by the way, is because weed is illegal in Florida, and I had like $50 worth of weed on me, and I was sleeping on a dock outside a hotel. So the cop showed up and saw me sleeping on a dock with weed in my pocket. So he had me throw it out, and then he brought me to a mental institution and said whatever he needed to say so that I wouldn't be charged in Florida. It was to avoid charges that I was hospitalized. It wasn't because I was mentally unstable. It was.
Oh my God, Casey, that's just not true.
Why do you think?
Look, if you want me to
now
stop
she's
saying
saying that
you're schizophrenic,
she's
I
saying
will.
that she knows how I was acting in Florida 3 years ago when we hadn't spoken at all. I'll call Spring Harbor and talk to the therapist today if it will make you let it go. And I think that once you let this go, this is like one of your biggest tests in life. This is what every time that I speak to you, this is what happens. Do you obsess about me? Like, how often do you think about me?
Oh, a lot, Casey. I'm a mother.
Like 7
What
or 8?
do you think?
Do you think like you're constantly, like it's like 8 or 9 times a day?
Probably.
But you haven't messaged me once.
Well, first of all, we're not supposed to. So I didn't want to get you in trouble.
You're not on camera.
Well, I don't even care what they think of me. Let them. Yeah, I'm fat and old. Okay.
Right? Nobody cares in the first place.
Right? And I don't either.
So do you think that you spend, how much, what do you think your screen time is at? Like 12 hours a day?
24.
24 hours a day, your screens are on. Either it's a TV or a phone.
Already, yeah.
So you know that, I mean, have you scrolled far enough to realize that the chips that they use for this information were the ancient sigils they would use in black magic rituals?
Probably, Casey. I don't discount anything now today.
Okay.
Because the world is absolutely in chaos, and I have no idea what's real anymore and what isn't. I'll be honest.
Well, I'd like to enlighten you about some things that might change your perspective, but I'm tired of this becoming this person, my mom's counselor, trying to help her see the compassion.
Oh my God.
It's
Casey.
draining, and it's all about control, and then I free myself from your control, and then you lash out at me on social media. Like,
listen, the only way to save myself and to save you is for me to block you and to not be around.
Why?
So that I don't, because I can't witness when you're not in a good state. As a mother, it pulls at me, and I want to help. I don't like you to be uncomfortable, or Jesus, it just about kills me. I can't even begin to tell you. I can't watch it. I just can't. I can't watch it. And I haven't been able to let go completely because I can't. I'm a mother. I just can't do it. I've tried, and I just can't do it. But I know I have to, because if I'm causing you, to be upset
I
and
have
stuff,
to block
good for you.
I don't have to change my behavior, I just have to block it.
I mean, nobody goes months without
I won't
a bath.
let go of my
It's
toxic
crap.
bad habits in order to have a relationship with my son. I'll just leave him to the wolves, like I did
I don't want to
10
do
years
that.
ago when she gave me to the government.
Casey, why don't you tell him the truth? You
What?
wouldn't listen to a thing I said.
We were trying to talk about what happened with my dad, I thought.
You wouldn't go to school, and the school called the state police every
Yeah, she was worried
single day.
about being held criminally accountable for me being truant.
I didn't care about that. You just wouldn't
That's what you
go.
told me.
And then I find out that Alex Keough's giving you goddamn drugs. Which I better not.
I'm
go
letting her
too
be a
close to him.
character because she wants, this is part of her soul urge.
Are you denying that Alex gave you acid?
I'm denying the effect that it had on me.
Oh, okay. So when you come out of your room and say that the TV characters were talking to you and that your face was melting after he gave it to you, and then you ended up in the retreat.
Did that happen?
Yeah, and you ended up in
Are
the
you
retreat.
are you 100% certain that happened?
Yes, I was there, Casey.
And I came out and said the characters were talking to me on the TV,
Yes,
and that my eyes were melting.
that your face was melting. You
Yeah.
were asking, you would come out of your room and ask me to look at your face. And that was
So
from the ass.
how much content have you seen of me showing you that how I can change the shape of my face by controlling the energy, I guess, the emotions, to sort of, you know how my face gets sunken now. My face looks sunken, but when I'm happy, my face gets brighter. Do you know that when people get sick or they're sad, their face sinks? But when they're happy, their face looks bright.
I don't know. A doctor told me it's called flat affect. And it
What's
has
that?
something to do. I have to look it up again. But yes, I saw it. When I met with you, me and Melissa went, and we met with that Casey Rybold lady and you.
And you got up
I
and
was
ran in
look-
circles screaming?
I was looking at you, and I could see your face. It was completely flat. It scared me to death.
Yeah, because I have trauma. So I have to be in this state of focus, and everything that has happened to me has forced me to lose a sense of comfort that allows for me to have an identity. So what I think that was, now that I'm older, and I might have a better perspective on things that happen, right? Because I'm not retarded, and I'm not non-existent. I'm here. I have my own opinion outside. I've spent years outside now where there's chaos and hundreds of people. So what you saw then was me trying to stay focused. And I also had a lot of trauma going on. And I was living out in the forest. It's not just schizophrenia. And it's also not schizophrenia. As we've gotten to here, stop calling me schizophrenic. And also, you say you don't want to weaponize and gaslight and try to change my reputation in the town, attack how people think and perceive me. That's how you feel, right? You don't want to do that. You never wanted to do that.
You mean, well, I didn't get that. You mean I didn't want to, I guess I wasn't thinking. You're right. I wasn't thinking about when I posted that, how other people would react, I guess.
But you lied.
I think I was just scared to death that you were going to freeze to death that night.
You lied.
I mean, scared to death.
You lied.
Oh,
But I see what you mean. You're saying that you would say whatever was necessary. But why would posting on Facebook help?
I don't know. I wanted them to all call the police station and tell them to go help you.
You wanted
Because
to,
I thought you were going to just lay down and freeze to death.
but that's the theme of this year, was spreading like wildfire.
Well, what do you care what they think anyway, a bunch of jerks?
Because they try to kill me.
One guy that you mouthed off to, and you mouthed off to him.
Who?
You provoked that kid. You need to stay away from that kid if he's unwell.
Who?
Stay away from
Which
him.
one?
Rowan or whatever his name is.
I mouthed off to him?
Yep.
No, I walked up Canal Street with John Michael and his girlfriend waved at me.
Okay, whatever started it, you know, stay away
And then he
from
threatened
the
to
guy.
kill
He's
and then he
obviously
threatened to
a
kill me.
loon.
And then he threatened to kill me and then he chickened out. So he wouldn't come meet me. So what he did instead was try to call me a pedophile on the internet.
Oh, Jesus. What do you care? Just say that's a lie.
I found out from Melissa.
What?
Melissa told me. She said she saw it.
Well,
She
whatever.
was like, why is that guy
kid's-
calling you a
That
pedophile?
kid's nuts.
Yeah, he is.
So stay away from him.
He's stalking my Facebook daily, and he can anything he can find. So like I took a screenshot of my phone because I have two phones and one of them doesn't have service. So the one that does have service is cracked, so I can use the camera to live stream. Rowan saw that I took a screenshot of something and posted it on the Brattleboro page, and on my phone that didn't have service. So I blocked him on every account I had. He found the one account I hadn't blocked him on yet, and he messaged me a screenshot of me not having service, and he says homeless ass has to use library Wi-Fi, and then a bunch of emojis. So I said I have 3 phones, and then I blocked him again.
Just don't care what he says.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to not care.
Well, obviously he doesn't have a great life. Okay, Case. So
Yeah, he held his pregnant wife at gunpoint.
yeah, that's
Hallucinating.
Nice. So,
That's a real hallucination. He thought the person that tried to kill him was in the house with him. He thought that in his trailer in Maine, he thought that the guy that ran him over with a car because he threatened to kill him on the internet, someone threatened him, or he threatened somebody and they ran him over with their car.
oh my
He
God.
thought that that guy was in the house just sitting right next to him. So what I think is that was probably an angel delivering him his karma for trashing me for being a schizo. Because what it probably is. So I'll tell you what I feel. I mean, I wish you'd ask. So can we start having a conversation where you ask me questions instead of assuming things and trying to hit your son narratively? Because I have trauma. When you start barking like that, I'm reminded of all the horrible things people have done to me. So it's hard. You go off on tangents and I try to guide us through the tangent. I mean, I don't have schizophrenia. It's something that isn't schizophrenia because it's a science to it and there's a method to it that's controllable and there's a response in the environment to the things that are going on inside. So I don't think you can just chalk it up to a chemical imbalance causing me to be dysfunctional. I think that that's part of it, but I think that at a higher level, there's something happening because of that spiritually. Like when I take salt baths and there's saline, like in Christianity, you have to use salt and light.
Yeah.
I haven't read the Bible, but I know that Muslims have to wash themselves a certain way and Christians have to wash themselves a certain way. Why? To protect them from influence from outside. That's a very schizophrenic thing. 90% of the world is considered schizophrenic. They believe that there's a God that's talking to them, which is where we got last time, and then you forgot and you tripled down. We've already blasted through the schizophrenia, but you're not ready to let it go. You have a poster of Jesus on your wall. Jesus is sitting right next to you, and you think I'm schizo. It's hard to be your son, man, but it didn't ever have to be this way.
Well, part of it's your actions and my reactions.
No.
I mean, I think that.
Can you name one instance? Like me saying that I threw the cat on the ground?
Which you admitted to later.
I think he was stealing my energy.
Casey, Mark wouldn't hurt you. He's a wonderful cat.
Yeah, I raised him.
Yeah, with your friends blowing marijuana up his nose every 5 minutes.
Well, you love him so much, maybe it was a good thing. I raised him like a son. How many?
Feeding him raw meat in his bowl.
Nobody fed him raw meat.
I was at your house and I saw the raw chicken in his bowl.
It wasn't raw. I cooked it.
Okay.
It might have been. It might have dried up.
Well, Mark is Mark,
No, you're trying to.
You know the cat pickles.
You're trying to reset without change.
Well, pickles.
When we get to these points, because I go to war like this, and you acknowledge it, and you say you're going to change. You're being possessed.
Well, I think we're both possessed then, because I can certainly see
I think I'm under spiritual attack, and I think
something's going on.
I think that it's just a hard life that I think that I chose. I think that I have a challenging life, and I think that it's cool that God made me attractive because whatever I'm going through, I'm good looking enough that my channel grows. and people learn a little bit along the way. They get invested in the journey. They see, where does Casey go next? And then usually there's like a higher level of ascension that I reach where I start to shine very bright, and the people all tend to fall away. Or if I don't meet their expectations and the journey goes away they don't like, they tend to leave. In terms of schizophrenia and voices in the head, why don't you believe that aliens can talk to us? Or what do you believe about directed energy weapons?
I believe in all of it.
You believe in all?
People are hearing things.
She believes in all of
Let me
it.
explain
She believes in
something to you.
aliens
There's
and
an
directed energy
epidemic
weapons. Do you think
right now.
Do you think that
There's
an
an
artificial
epidemic.
intelligence? There's an epidemic of what?
Psychosis.
Why do you think?
Husbands are killing their entire families. Women are killing their children. Children are killing their parents, and it's psychotic. They're psychotic.
Are they
So something is happening, whether it was the virus or the shot, or who the hell knows what they've put in our food.
You know what it
I
is.
don't know.
You know what it is. Say it.
It could be demonic possession because when you look at their photos, their photos when they're arrested, or if they show photos of before they murdered, they look friggin' nuts. So there's something going on, something very bad, and I don't know what it is, but a lot of people are seeing all kinds of different stuff in the sky. We don't know if it's our own government, some branch of our government, or private industry, but I don't know what it is. I mean, none of us do until we get the truth. And then when we get the truth, how do we know it's the truth?
You have to start thinking in terms of complex levels of intelligence, like an artificial intelligence, and how that would be influencing the masses.
Who is telling people to kill people? Why is something going into people's head and telling them to murder other people? Now, how can that be anything good?
Why did you lie? Oh yeah, you said you were reacting. That's why you did something that you didn't realize, or you're choosing to ignore the fact that it was, and that you did it intentionally.
No, what you think I lied about, I'll say this publicly on your platform. Here's what happened. I spent 4 days with you, and you were in a psychotic state. You were not well. You were up all night. All of a sudden, I'd be sound asleep. You'd get up and start cooking. You were threatening the cat.
I get inspired at night.
All right. Can I finish?
Well, I'd like you. So
then I was laying in my bed watching something, and all of a sudden you'd look at me and go, ah! You hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And you were talking wacko shit.
What wacko
I
shit?
couldn't even understand what you were even saying. So anyway.
Why do you think that I just looked at you and went, wah?
All right. Well, can I finish?
I thought you were done.
All right. So after 4 days of me getting very little sleep and being kind of scared of you, you had a machete in my top drawer that you brought in. You had an axe. You had a hammer. You had a knife, which I think I have, or maybe it broke, I'm not sure, but you had a knife. Okay, so I was completely freaked out by you. I wanted you out of my apartment because I just was scared to death of you after you woke me up. I heard a loud bang, and you said you threw the cat. It scared me to death, and you went out to your car to get something, and I called the police. And I said, look, my son is having some kind of breakdown. I said, I'm scared of him. And I locked all the doors, and you ripped my window screen out.
No, I didn't.
You tried to get it in.
You're lying.
You tried to get
Wait,
in.
no, let me address the lie first, okay?
That's not a lie, Casey.
No.
You did.
I didn't rip your screen out and try to get in. So how long had it been before that instance that you had 3 heart attacks?
I had a heart attack after that.
No, you didn't. I did not call you after that fact because you had, other than telling you, I can't believe what you've done to me. Before,
right,
it was a month before that. Well, don't lie in your testimony and say that I tried to rip your screen out and open the window. I went to the window to see if my mom's okay, and I just looked and was like, hey, are you okay?
Crap. Casey,
No, it's not.
that's a lie.
It's not a lie. I swear to God, I wanted to
Yes,
see
it
what was
is.
happening. Why would I want to get back in the apartment? I was tired.
All right, well, can I finish with the rest, the part you think I lied about?
You just lied. I didn't try to rip your screen off. Is your screen on the
yeah.
window? Well, first off, is your screen on the window?
It was not for a long time, actually. You broke it.
No, I didn't. Oh, no. Because you were there. If you were on the ground, I would have tried to open the window. I did try to open the window. Maybe I did. I didn't break it. I don't think I ripped the screen off. No, because you locked it. I think I was trying to talk to you because I was confused. Or I was trying to tell you that things are okay and I'm not freaking out. And I just wanted to charge my battery and leave. It wasn't malicious. It wasn't violent. It wasn't aggressive. But I can see that you have PTSD and can see that it could have been like that's what you saw. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and I told your lawyer
But that's not what
that
happened.
I have PTSD, and that, okay, so, and I will go to court and I will say that. So I have made it very clear that I will testify for your behalf. And now the last part of it is, I was so upset that when the dispatcher asked me if you had any weapons,
She told him I had a grenade.
This is where we get mixed up, and I have told the truth about this. Okay, you had the weapons, but they misinterpreted it as on you. And so I had told your lawyer, I said I was so upset that when they asked me, does he have any weapons? I said, yes, he has a machete and he has an axe, and right? But they thought I meant on you. So I didn't realize that till later when thinking about it. That's why they pepper sprayed you. So
That's not why they pepper sprayed me.
I have said that to them. I have said, look, I did not mean that he had it on him. I said that he has them. So I told you I would go and I would testify to that. And I will.
Well, the charges have already been dropped. Because I called him a pedophile for 6 months.
Oh, God. Well, I got to call her back anyway, and I got to tell her that. I forgot to tell her that I would testify to that. So I should call her back, actually.
I publicly shamed my judge, and he dropped the charges.
Casey, if you keep treating these people this way, you're going to end up in jail. Trump has already stopped the catch and release. There's no more just catch and release. You're going to have jail time.
Well, it's a good thing that I know about FOIA requests and how to not be entrapped into reacting disorderly.
All right, well, I want to help you stay out of jail. So anything I can do,
well, first, to testify I will do. Can you apologize again, just to make sure that that it's clear? Because it's really rare that you do it. Can you just apologize?
Oh my God, I'm always apologizing. If I'm wrong,
she's always apologizing because the behavior hasn't changed. Where was that? That was God. I don't know. Do you know that what do you think about me shitting in the laundromat? No, I don't care. That's a meme.
That was funny when you did that. I told Melissa, I said, oh my,
funny.
You know, I never have I seen anyone be on camera, take a walk, pull his pants down right on camera, take a dump, you can hear it plop, and then don't even wipe. and then you go eat something without washing your hands. That makes me sick. I mean, Casey, this is the kind of stuff I can't stand.
It's helping my microbiome.
Oh my God, Casey, I just want to protect you.
Better. I leave a little bit on my index finger and I rub it under my nose.
That's disgusting. No, you
stimulate my olfactory.
But when you said that you took a dump outside of Bernie's window, I was so happy. I can't stand.
Are you talking about the Capitol, the Capitol building?
Yes, I call him Burn Dog.
Yeah.
I write on his page every day.
I know you started to be more active in the Brattleboro chat group. Did I inspire you?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I left you a big message, then deleted it.
Well, the only thing is you and I feel differently about Hank. I mean, you hate his guts and want him burned at the stake. And I
No.
love him. I want him to report on every crime available. Because I'm sick and tired of the crime in this town.
I'm just making life harder for Hank because he spray painted over my green heart and he gave me shit about it and called me basically a pussy.
Well, Hank, isn't perfect either,
No, he dyes his hair, puts a chain on, and goes and hits on high schoolers.
I don't know. I like
Did you
Hank.
read
That's
that?
No.
When I said that Hank is,
Block-
I called Hank a Freemasonic military plant.
Yeah, I did read that. I laughed at that.
And people think I'm serious. I'm just
You're not the only one that hates Hank. So he's got a lot.
I don't give a fuck about Hank and I are both in the Wyndham County no ranting, no raving.
I love that group.
They're trying to make. There's a guy that knows hacking. That he says as soon as I find the original admin's Facebook who got hacked, he'll just make me admin. So I might be able to be admin of that group, and I think that it would be a huge.
Who was that old guy you were talking to the other night?
John? John Wilmerding.
Oh, John Allen?
Oh, no, John Allen is a guy that is lonely, and he's on Facebook too much.
I like John Allen. You don't like him?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's, I don't know him. But I was wondering if that's who you were talking to the other night.
On the phone?
Yeah.
No, that was John Wilmerding.
Oh, okay.
He's a very sick man.
Yeah.
He thinks that he's married to a woman in the Philippines, and he sends her money every month.
Oh, that's great. What a dum-dum.
He had a very weird relationship with John Michael that nobody liked, but John Michael insisted that he visit because he thought that he could change John.
Oh, boy. I was devastated. Melissa and I were both when we heard about John Michael. I was so angry.
So,
but see, you have to understand that's what I worry about.
She's not drained at all
every day
because she's bullshitting. That's why it just hit her. Now she's converting it back to the sadness. And can you continue crying for us, please?
Who, me?
Yeah, you just started crying for no reason.
What?
You were pretending.
Easy.
You said, I just can't do it every day. And now you're not even upset. You're bullshitting. You're faking.
Oh, my God. Okay, whatever. The stuff you say about me is so awful sometimes, and I just can't even believe it comes out of your mouth.
Nightmare.
Like, that can't be my kid.
Nightmare.
I just can't believe it's my kid.
Nightmare.
I don't know.
Well, believe it, bitch.
And I don't know why I keep sending you money when you talk to me like
Nightmare.
that.
Nightmare. Because I'm Paul Bear. Why don't you just see? God, I hate it. It makes me fake. It makes me real fake. Because you need to be more out in the woods. This guy's going beyond the wall. Because I feel like it.
Well, you could say anything you want about me, but you'll never be able to say I don't
Obviously,
love you
I can't because you said you called the police. Did you say you called the police about the post I made on YouTube?
No.
Who'd you call? You said you called them, and I'm going to get my channel taken down.
I said I reported you, and you could lose your channel. You may lose it.
Why do you think that?
Because you cannot put a photo of me
You're my mother.
on YouTube with all these psychos out here. I dare any of them to come anywhere near me because they'll get years worth of pent up shit. They come near me.
You'll have a heart attack.
Not before I get them.
You're going to get him?
I will get them. You better believe it.
Are you obese still, or have you lost it?
No, I'm still a fatty.
You still Jabba the Hutt?
Yep.
Yeah. You're not getting out of bed if somebody comes in. You're gonna hide, you're gonna hide under the covers and cry. And then I'm gonna look at you through the window and be like, police, she's a schizophrenic. No, I'm gonna post on Facebook.
Actually, that was so funny when your lawyer, that Wilhelm guy or whatever his name is, what an asshole he is. So he's yelling at me on the phone going, I heard that you have this diagnosis. And I started laughing.
It sucks when people when people beat you at your own game.
Would you love to tell people that I have schizophrenia? So I started laughing, and he goes, do you have a psychiatrist? I said, I absolutely do. So I gave him the phone number. I mean, what the hell? I was laughing so hard.
Do you know why he was mad at you?
To me.
Do you know why he was mad at you?
Why?
Because I didn't deserve what happened to me.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
And I said I would say something about that when it comes to court.
It's your fault that I had to shit out in the woods for 2 years. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. What do you think, Mom? What do you think happened to me the past 3 years?
I know a lot.
You don't know anything. I don't tell YouTube. I tell them very little about what's happened. You don't know what's happened. Yeah, don't I seem like I'm more...
Okay, how about the time that you stole my car keys and choked me?
I choked
That you
you?
put your hand on my throat at my door and took my car.
When?
Those are the kinds of things, Casey, that scare me.
When?
When I lived on the top floor in that apartment, which I had to move to another top floor because I don't trust that you won't try to get in.
You think I'm going to try to break into your house?
Well, I'm on the second floor now, so that's a lot better.
It's not hard to break into somebody's house.
Well, I'd have time to...
Wait, are you in the apartment now when I came to your house with the firework for the 4th of July and we went outside and smoked a cigarette and
I'm in the...
I lit off that Roman candle in your old folks' home because I wanted you to be able to see a firework for the first time in 20 years?
Remember that lady who yelled and you were like,
Yeah.
I think you need to go to bed, lady.
Yeah, an old woman yelled out the window, I'm calling the cops. And I said, well, you're lonely.
Yeah, that was funny.
Was she
You're
in
very funny.
was she in the apartment that you're in now?
No, she was in the other building. No, you came here once because you asked my neighbor, the guy. I guess I was sleeping. I didn't hear I have a camera now, a blink or whatever, one of those
A ring
cameras.
camera?
Yeah, but I didn't have that then, and I must not have heard the knocking because I know you came, and you asked my neighbor if Jabba the Hutt was home. Remember?
Yeah, I asked if Jabba the Hutt was back, if the barge had returned.
Yeah.
Because you're obese.
Okay, so what?
It shows a deficiency in your cognitive ability and your ability to have sound judgment. Yet you think that you know all this stuff about psychology when you can't even articulate the things that you've learned.
Oh,
And you say, I have to
what
find
to
it
think
again.
anymore.
I have to find it again because my phone is an extension of my brain now and I don't have to hold it and retain any information. And you're probably also being siphoned by your community. Because how many crackheads live in your place? Tons and tons and tons.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 and 1
Surrounding
comes
her.
and goes. So that's 5 and plus 1 when she's around. And there's only 2 people, me and another lady, that don't do it.
I think you're lying. I think you smoke crack.
No,
I think you went down there with Sean.
No,
So,
and he doesn't either.
Who are your
by the
neighbors?
way.
Your neighbor's name is Sean. Who's your other neighbor? Who's the guy that I spoke to?
He got kicked out,
Damn.
actually.
Symbolic. Is
Not
there
here anymore.
is there a John?
No,
Is there an Alex?
no,
A Vincent?
nope.
Okay. I mean, you have Gary. Where's my dad? Do you know that John Michael's uncle is named Vicky, but his real name is Gary?
Well, that's a little strange.
And he's an O'Brien.
Oh, that's not true.
I know. I don't know what it is, but I know it's one of these names like Vincent Gary, but his real name is Vicky or something. In parentheses, it said Vicky, and then the guy's name is Gary, and then it was another one of the big three names I talk about.
Oh.
But John Michael's real name was John Michael Scott McManus Murphy.
Oh, really?
Which is cool because remember when Tim and Ursula gave us that green T-shirt with the Ireland
Yeah.
on it? On the back, it had Murphy's Law.
Oh, wow.
Which was cool because John Michael didn't go by Murphy. I had no idea. You take us on tangents to avoid accountability.
No, I don't want to avoid any accountability, Casey.
But I'd like for you to stop screaming at me that I need help, and instead I wish that you would just said, "How are you doing?"
Well, let me ask you something else. All the hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of electronic stuff that I brought to you when Melissa and I went and saw you, and then you leave it there and you go on to another town. It was all solar stuff.
Those weren't hundreds of dollars.
Why would you leave all that money sitting in a tent in another town and just take off? So I'm weary about bringing you like solar, like $200, $250 solar generators when I'm afraid you're just going to leave it somewhere, or I don't know.
I know you don't
I
know.
mean, I have whole bags here full of stuff.
This isn't a complete thought. You're just spewing shit.
Whatever, Casey. I spent a lot of money on that stuff.
It wasn't $100, and I didn't. How do you know that I left it there?
Because I watched your video.
The solar panel didn't work. It broke very quickly. The big solar panel, the fold-out one, didn't work at all. I left it there charging the portable solar panel for like a whole day in the sun, and it didn't even have one bar. So I tried to explain to you the way to turn it on, what the directions said. You have to turn it over so that the battery pack is in the sun, and you have to leave it for a little while for it to turn on. Then you can turn it over. It was hot.
So anyway, whatever.
It was on. It has a red glow when it's activated.
And how do you think I felt when I saw that you were living in that shack in the middle of the woods with no windows, no doors? Oh my God.
I don't care how you feel because you have a cognitive deficiency.
Well, we have to get it taken care of in court that we can speak. I thought it had already been taken care of, but then the state's attorney left her job and the victim's
and what
advocate.
sucks is
So
that
now
she'll
we
forget
have to
this
go
whole
through it
thing
again.
tomorrow. No real change, but look what's happened to me.
Well, if you want me and Melissa to
She's
be
a
able to
vampire.
do this for you, then we have to get it taken care of.
She's gone right back into that domineering sense of control. Which
Casey,
only
I've never had control over you a day in your life.
You try. And when it doesn't work, you weaponize the police against me.
No,
Yeah.
I had to protect myself.
No, you
From
didn't. You had a relief from abuse
You
to
were
play victim to
smoking
grandpa,
pot.
and then whenever you felt like it, you broke it. And you have a bunch of
You
excuses for what you did.
A lot of pot.
There's
And you were
excuses.
not well.
Who was smoking pot? Me?
You.
I was smoking
And
a
when
lot
you
of pot?
smoke pot,
When was I
you
smoking a lot of
become
pot?
psychotic. Period. End of
When was I
story.
smoking a lot of pot?
Thank God you haven't done it in a
When
couple
was I
years.
When was I smoking a lot of pot?
Probably from age 18 to 23.
You think from 18 to 23 I was smoking a lot of pot?
Yeah.
To 23 years old.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years now since you wised up, and I'm really proud of you for that.
Since I wised up?
Yeah, because I think you realized that when you smoked it, you became different.
You're wrong.
Oh my God, Casey, please.
Please what? You think I was
I don't
smoking pot
understand
until I
why
was
you don't want
23?
help. Why would you not want to go
I
get
smoked
help?
weed for 3 months in 2018.
a bull?
From make us take those huge bong hits, and we would sit in the room. He wouldn't make us, but he would pass it around and encourage us. And 4-foot bong of like the strongest weed you've ever seen in your life,
Yeah.
Vermont weed. and I was on an SSRI, where the serotonin that the weed put would be stuck in your brain forever. The serotonin is designed to keep, when you have SSRIs, it's because you have a deficiency in producing and maintaining this constant set stream of serotonin. So it takes in the serotonin molecules and keeps them in your brain. It stops the whatever's making it go away.
Yeah.
So when you load yourself up, it's like you're gonna blow up and pop. So I would blow up and pop, but it wasn't for it wasn't. You said 5 years. You think I was smoking weed? I smoked weed for 3 months and hit, and I would sit in the studio. What you're not able to syndicate your information into an overarching opinion on things because you're lazy, and I am too. But you're lazy, and you good for nothing piece of shit. Listen, 2020 was the start of the Vietnamese Zodiac, and it was called the Metal Rat. During the Metal Rat, people are assumed to feel trapped, and the world is supposed to be very chaotic. And it's also the birth of the new cycle. So people are going off in tons of new directions with this chaos. So the people that were trapped, and the people that chose freedom were free. And my problem was that I stayed in an environment that wasn't good for me. I had horrible friends. I had no real good people around that understood me. I wasn't around my tribe. I wasn't around people that understood me, so I had to go to people on the internet. So I was isolated. And the whole world was changing. It was a literal conscious awakening. The planetary conjunction, the start of the new cycle. It was a time where people that go crazy go crazy. So the people that went crazy then continued to go crazy. I was cycling through so much because I think about things so much at such a high level that it can be overwhelming. And sometimes those overwhelming things put me in a position that's time sensitive, which can be really stressful. Like time doesn't stop. So you don't do anything, but imagine if there was somebody that was trying to do the most perfect thing. So you have to always hold yourself to that standard of this constant stream of new information. And I had to perform, I had to go places and do things, and I had expectations I wanted to live up to, plus I had a reputation, plus I wasn't on the same playing field as everybody else because I didn't grow up in the woods on like four-wheelers and going fishing. So I was around people that I wasn't like and didn't like me. And plus I also had actual pedophiles in that building. So in the place that I had my spiritual awakening, where I'm getting a greater sense of empathy and connection because I'm more present to the moment, the only people that were around that I could learn about energy from were pedophiles. Disgusting, mentally ill, very sick people. Of course I'm going to freak out because now I have to deal with like relationships because, you know, relationships are always changing. So when somebody would suddenly somebody would do something like make me feel bad, that they'd be mean, or let's say they tried to be molestive in speech, if that makes sense. Like they were trying to hit on me or something, or like put me into a, you know, I know you know what it's like when I say that people tried to groom me. So they liked that I was in a state of psychosis. But I wouldn't call it psychosis. I would call it free. And then that allows for anything to come. When you think about anything, don't set a parameter on what is and isn't okay to think about. So maybe I was just thinking about the wrong set of things. Like this freedom allows you to think about anything. So when I think about too many things, maybe I'm conditioned now to pop. But I know that there's no getting through to you because you don't really care. And
Yes, I do. And I am listening.
Okay. So, what do you think about the fact that on a live stream I've asked the heavens for a shooting star and I got one?
It's very interesting.
And how about that I taught Heather how to do it and now she gets them all the time? Heather now asks the heavens for a shooting star and she gets one. Multiple times now. And it's been like 10 for me. And then one time I did it, I sat there for 3 hours begging. And then nothing. But then I opened my phone, and the first time, the minute that I asked for the shooting star, the first time, and then nothing happened for 3 hours. But the first time that I asked, just like sitting outside Oak Ledge Park, and I looked up and said, "Can I please get a shooting star if I should go see my dad for his birthday?" And I didn't, my phone was dead. So I'm asking for 3 hours, just pacing in circles, freaking out. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I don't know, when you believe in God and this higher level things, the present moment becomes the most important thing. What do I do? I could do anything. Plus, there have been times where I did the wrong thing, or maybe I just did something and was immediately severely traumatized. So I was walking around being like, please give me a sign. I'm on the right path. Give me the birds. Nothing for 3 hours. And then I finally charged my phone. And the minute that I asked for the shooting star, my dad got one. And he was inspired to text me that he saw one. His first thought he didn't know about this. The first thought that he had after seeing that shooting star is, I should tell my boy I saw a shooting star, which was my confirmation. And you said, literally, say it again. You saw, what do you think, like, what was it shaped like? The thing that in the trees.
It was more oval, I have to say. If I had to, than round.
Was it fluid? Like moving?
It was moving, and it was moving, not creeping. It was moving fast enough, but not as fast as an airplane or any kind of, what do you call that? This wasn't a drone or anything like that. It was odd. I mean, it was really odd. I mean, I was just like looking at it like, what the heck is that? And I watched it, and then it disappeared or turned off, one or the other. And I was trying to talk to it. I'm going, I can see you. I'm going, I can see you. I said it out loud. I said it in my head. And then it turned off. So I have no idea.
I could teach you.
What it was, but that's not the first time I've seen something there. A while back I saw something, but I just remember telling Melissa that I saw something weird, but I don't really remember it. And Grandma Marshall saw...
Yeah, she saw a Star Destroyer.
She saw a humongous spaceship.
My grandmother and my grandfather, that was in the 70s?
Nope, it was in the early 90s, and it was a very famous sighting in, what was it called? Gosh.
A UFO, was that in New York or Florida?
Yeah, it was in New York, and a lot of people saw it.
In New York, something the size of an entire neighborhood. A giant Star Destroyer flew over, and hundreds of people saw it.
Yeah. Oh, God. There's something valley. I can't remember
like
the name of the valley.
An entire town in the sky flew over New York in the 90s.
UFO. It was called.
Like an actual Star Wars Star Destroyer flew over an entire state.
Yeah, a lot.
But we didn't have phones.
Lots of people saw it. So who knows what the hell that was?
Mom, who's your favorite character in the Casey story so far on YouTube?
I don't know. Probably me, the villain.
You're not the villain.
Oh, but in your mind, I'm some kind of villain.
Your actions are horrible.
And some of your actions have been really bad too.
Yeah, I don't think that I grabbed you by the neck and choked you.
Casey, you stole my car,
I remember.
put your hand on my throat, and you took my car.
Did I freak out and was like, I'm so sorry?
And I don't think you remember what happened that night either.
What happened?
Not gonna say it.
I mean, I'd like you to. I don't care. Like, this is my YouTube. It's the place to put it. What happened?
Well, everybody's only gonna use it against me.
I don't care. We're cool. These guys are cool.
Don't you remember when I took all those pills?
No, actually.
You don't remember that.
Were you hospitalized?
Yeah.
Oh, you went into the retreat. Okay. I remember.
That was the last straw as a mother. That was the last straw.
Do you remember what I needed the car for?
Because you had ruined yours and wanted mine, period.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Grandpa bought you 2 cars, and then you ruined the one he bought me. I mean, then how many cars do you ruin before people stop buying your car?
I didn't ruin it. The car ruined itself.
Well, you crashed into something and you dented the whole.
Was that when I went to see Chris Webby?
Maybe.
I don't think so. I don't remember
Casey, I don't know.
I don't
But you
remember what I
had
used it for.
some manic episodes, and I think some of it did have to do with the pot, like you said, because it was
No.
really strong.
It wasn't the weed.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't the weed. The weed is just a catalyst.
Don't you feel different when, like, let's say you can't sleep for a couple days, like when that happens to you, and then you start thinking like differently?
The energy of the world and the spiritual, demonic, possibly attack, or I want to say Masonic attacks. And energy vampires like yourself. Plus the cycle of the moon. Oh, the Masonic attacks could be, I'm talking about numerology. So there are days where everything gets to a point where I go into its survival because I'm trying to maintain what I think okay. So these power jabs you keep doing, whether you realize it or not, are to attack my subconscious mind. That's the emotion. When you get the emotional and you start to act like a TV show character, and you sort of like, it's like you lunge at me, and you say things.
You're right. I do it out of fear.
So
and
this is what we're getting to: is that the fear in itself is like a devil or the mind flayer from Stranger Things. That feeling of fear is a systematic thing going on inside of you, in our minds and bodies. So that fear reaction that caused me probably to grab at your throat is probably the same reason that you react out of fear. It's trauma. And when you do things you don't mean to do and then you feel bad about it. Everybody does. Some people, though, really like that state because it's powerful. And there's things that you can do when you're in that constant state. So they learn to live in it. And then that changes their whole operating system. So in order to keep that fear running, they have to do things like make other people afraid. Feed that monster and grow, so that when you go places, you can trigger the other people that don't have a good sense of fear and groundedness, which siphons the energy away from them by triggering them to make them feel afraid. And then when they're afraid, they sort of let go of what people would consider maybe spiritual blessings or positive emotions. So police are very good energy vampires because they have that authority and qualified immunity that they can weaponize. So for someone like me who's always pushing to be the best, eventually I do reach this state of elatedness or enlightenment, or let's say like motivation, something that's very whatever it is. When I'm in that state, I don't know what it is, if it's confidence, whether it's mania, but my music is greater, the impact I have on people is greater, because I specialize in making strangers cry when they realize God is real. Women love me. Like, I'll walk through a mall and everybody's like, girls used to wink at me and stuff like that. It was great. Whatever that state is, it's like they can pick up that buzzing. So all of a sudden, I'm just driving down the street, door dashing. When I'm in this state of fear, nobody bothers me. But when I master that and I'm more mentally sound and things are going well for me and I'm excited and building a life and things are going better in the future, the things that you say that I'm incapable of because I need help, when I'm actually doing the work and living like that, and I've broken free from the matrix, that's when all the stuff would happen with police slamming on my window, ripping me out of the car, tackling me on the street. And sometimes, just like I said with the shooting star that affected my dad all the way down there in Brattleboro, maybe these feelings of fear that you have about me could be the same thing. Like, Casey's making progress, Casey's doing better for himself, Casey doesn't actually need help, but you're triggered now to try to make me think that I need help. Maybe you're being weaponized subconsciously by what could be considered an artificial intelligence antichrist, or the fear paradigm, or that force, because you're not doing the inner work. So that's why I always tell you, like, please take supplements, get rest, go out in the woods, because I know that I love the fact that I have a mom that cares, because I know a lot of people don't. But I wish that you would do the work in your life before you even tried, or at the very least, if you felt like you weren't there but you really wanted to, I wish that you talked to me, because I could have probably helped and made you see that maybe you're overreacting, and because you live an isolated life in Section 8 where you only leave to go to the dentist.
Yes, I do try not to leave the house.
That can cause, but I'm saying that can cause you to have your own delusions.
All right, you have a good point, Casey. And I've been thinking about this for a while, that I need help, because I am living in
the Joker on the stairs. I'm the Joker on the stairs right now. It only took everything that I am.
I promise you here two things. Listen to me. On camera
Shut
right
up.
now.
Nightmare.
Online.
Nightmare.
I promise you two things. One, I will no longer look at you in a way of what you just said. I no longer will say, "Oh my God,
She forgot.
Casey needs help."
She forgot already.
Okay. I won't do it anymore. I won't even focus on what
But
I
her
think about
spirit
you.
knows that I did something. Do you know that?
The other is, I will work on myself to get out of that fear state. I will work very hard.
I feel victorious.
You're a very smart young man, Casey. Always been. You're very smart, and some of the stuff that you say is very enlightening. I mean, I enjoy listening to you. Sometimes I don't, if you're talking about some stuff that is a little weird, but I do enjoy for the most part, and
I have so much value to offer the world.
I know, but is the world ready? That's the problem.
I don't think
Everybody's
so.
in a state of chaos, Casey.
I don't think they deserve to know. I think they're...
Trump derangement.
Are you on X?
No.
I wouldn't do it. The internet's not a good place right now. So I think that... So, the string theory is talking about how there's a code to reality, and that the universe works like a fabric of string of code.
Yep.
So what can you do? You can play strings and they make musical notes, and you can make a whole song by playing strings. So I think that AI is trying to manipulate the strings and tune it to a way that allows it to play you better.
I hope so. That's very positive thinking. What if it's the opposite, though? What if
I
we've
said
been
that
hacked by AI and it's going the other way?
by better, I don't mean that it wants to make you better. I think it wants to hack you better and control you more.
I believe that.
So I think that that's why you get triggered and everybody else is getting triggered, because they're infecting whoever they can and then using them to convert as many people as they can. So I told you that yesterday I laid here and started meditating. Within 10 seconds, literally, I think it was like a split second, like he teleported there. The manager here was at my door slamming on it
Why?
because he wanted to come in and check my smoke alarm,
Uh-oh.
right? So then I watched him, he was possessed. He was just saying things that when I first got here, remember, he was a mean guy that was always ordering me around.
Yeah.
He tried to do the same thing that he did when I first got here yesterday. And I stood there and it didn't work. And he got very confused because he was trying to actually play my strings. And I was able to hold my strings better than he was able, because I was coming from grace, an anointed, high vibrational. My brother just died. I have a greater sense of accountability. I'm on a mission. I stood there and he couldn't get me. It was also Capricorn season had ended. When I first got here, it was Capricorn season, which is the devil energy. There's a darkness and an earth sign. That's why everybody was trying to kill homeless people on Brattleboro chat. And then we moved into, it was just at the end of Aquarius. So he got overpowered and it didn't work. And I was held accountable for my actions. And now
He didn't kick you out again, did he?
No, he can't, because that would be considered discrimination, because Lynn was there.
Thank God.
So I had a witness. Plus, he doesn't, he really, like, the other lady was prejudiced and fat and horrible and white. This guy is Indian, and he knows, because this is a much bigger hotel that deals with a lot more people than that other lady. So he has no idea who's going to show up, so it's less of a hassle. But he still wanted to try to weave himself into my life a certain way. They tried to make me gay.
Casey,
Huh?
he has the authority to kick you out of there. So why would you even remotely mess with somebody that has that power?
Because I have honor.
You got a few more
I
weeks
have honor
left.
and integrity, and I won't stand for this.
Well, in the end, you'll be walking the street, and that's what
Why
worries
would I do that?
Because he has the power to kick you out.
No, he needs to have a reason.
And
I'm not.
he'll come up with one.
I'm saying that he was screaming at me and it didn't work.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying I screamed back. You're just assuming that I screamed back.
No, because you're still there. But I'm saying I wouldn't even mess with the guy. Is he trying to come in to see if you're smoking in there?
I think he was trying to threaten the smoke. I think that maybe the air is stale or something. I don't think.
I don't know, but I would clean that place so that it doesn't smell like cigarette.
So don't tell me what the fuck to do.
That's your father coming out of your mouth.
You're not the boss of me. I've already cleaned.
He used to always say that.
That's his saying.
Yeah.
He goes, "You're not the boss of me."
He said that since before you were born.
I don't know anything about my dad's life. I really wish I did, but he won't. He doesn't talk about it.
Your father had several concussions, Casey, and I don't think they were treated. So I think your father has some brain damage, and then not to mention the years of drinking, and they call it drunk brain or something, or boo. I don't know.
Does he watch? Does he watch my channel?
Not very often because it upsets him. He cries over it.
For real?
Yep.
For real, dog. Yeah. Mom, are you indigenous?
No. Well, there is a picture of an Indian, though, a Native American in a photo, and I haven't been able to figure out if one of my relatives married a Native American, so I have to look into that. But no, you are German, Casey, on Grandma
No, I'm
O'Brien.
not.
Oh yes, she's 100% German. And
I'm German.
and Grandpa O'Brien is Irish, and then you're Romanian, and on my side,
I mean,
and then,
Uncle Tom said we're indigenous. My dad's brother says we're indigenous.
I never heard of that. I'd have to, I guess, ask.
I talked to him. I met him.
Well,
But
I don't know.
I've looked at pictures for hours, for months now, of Romanian people and of English people and of Irish people and of indigenous people. And the way that our eyes are shaped, your and my eyes are not anywhere near any of those other people. But if you look at Abenaki people, because I have a darker skin tone for no reason. Like my skin is
Well, it
darker
was
too.
Irondequoit Indian, Casey. Irondequoit.
Irondequoit.
On my side,
Is that-
because Grandma, my mother's father, I think it was, one of them is from Quebec, and the other one is from New York State. So
Why do I have
Indian part
why
was
do I have,
Grandma.
why do I have darker skin than everybody that's white? I'm walking around all these white people and I'm standing next to them and I look and I have this like olive complexion almost, like it's the darker. And then I didn't realize that Abenaki was light skin. They were white. So
Yeah, I don't know.
I look and the Abenaki have this same kind of olive hue. I would call it a serious tone. There's a seriousness to it. And plus my hand, like I'm walking up to people and I look at their hands, and my hands and feet are abnormally large, and so are the indigenous people. And I'm like, where did I get this mane from? I've got this thick, beautiful hair that my dad and I have, and that's nowhere. There's no English or Irish people that have it. There's no German people. There's no Vikings that have it. Where did I get?
I guess you'd have to get one of those DNA tests.
Yeah, but is that giving an artificial intelligence the chance to know how to manipulate us better?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think that they're coming up with bioweapons.
But I'm not
that will
schizophrenic.
wipe
But I
out
am schizophrenic. Two things.
certain genes. And don't forget the Rh negative factor, Casey. I don't know where it comes from, and no one has really told us.
We can't figure out. Yeah, so we have a rare blood type that.
Well, I have the rare blood type that is expressed.
Well, I'm your fucking. Did you
But
birth me?
You could have.
Did you birth me?
Yeah,
I grew in your womb, so
Yeah.
whatever you've got, I've got. Plus.
true.
So I don't.
I don't know where that comes from. I really don't.
Well, it's Rh negative, which means that we lack the gene that monkeys have, or it was removed.
Yeah, but you have A positive blood, so you have that.
I thought I had O positive.
No, I thought you did at birth, but I guess not, because
Well, I'm a
you had
30.
an
I'm
A
a,
positive blood donor
so
card.
my mom is saying that I came out with a blood type that she doesn't believe, and I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. And why was I taken in a helicopter away from you?
You had tachycardia
Bless you.
and
Nightmare.
I don't know. Yeah, you were a little sick when you came out.
I was a little sick. I thought the umbilical cord was choking me.
Actually, that did happen too.
You were trying to kill me?
No, I didn't do it. Cut that out. No, the doctor left the room like an asshole. Right when you were about to come out, the doctor leaves the room for a phone call. And Grandma ran out the collar and said, Becky, are you done, jackass?
She said, the birthing process is happening. One of the most beautiful parts and the most important part of life is that you come out of the womb and that you exist. And she said that right as I was coming out, the doctor's like, I got to go make a phone call.
Yeah.
So I died. The umbilical cord started choking me and I died and I had to be taken in a helicopter.
No,
and
you
flown
didn't
away.
die, Keith.
I was taken. I mean, isn't it cool that Leo is in my north node, and I was taken in a helicopter? Was it? Do you remember what time I was born?
152 or so, or 159.
I thought it was. I put 158 on my astrology.
Yeah, I gotta look. Maybe
Okay.
it was one.
As long as that's in the same. It's the rising sign changes every 2 hours, so it's not going to make a huge difference if it's a 2-minute difference. So I just wanted to make sure I had the astrology right, because it's real. Do you think that if there's an acacia tree in with a bunch of pine trees, it's going to grow the same way? Or do you think that, like, in the mycelial network, things about that growth of the separate tree will be influenced by the other trees in the ground? Or do you think
That's interesting.
Do you think that the seed already has a genetic makeup inside of it, so it would grow regardless? I think I'm saying that, do you think that the interconnectedness, like the fabric of space-time, the same way that is, the trees also have, where they're all interconnected, so the things that the trees are experiencing, those electromagnetic signals, those playing of the strings, do you think that the trees change the air that they emit based on the stimuli and the other trees in the forest? So if there's a pine tree, there's an acacia tree, there's a eucalyptus tree, there's a bear down the street that shits on the ground, or like maybe a lot of bears, so that the shit is there, which, do you think that that changes the type of air that the trees produce?
Possibility.
Do you think that the same way that we have emotions, we know that trees experience this heightened feeling of comfort when people that the trees like or the trees know are within a radius that doesn't make sense? So, like, say that there's a tree outside your house and you have been next to that tree for 50 years, and then you leave and then they record how the tree is when you're next to it, and then you leave for another 50 years, and the tree changes, it goes through life, different people show up. When you are, and then let's say even if the tree is surrounded by cement and its roots are even struggling to grow, so the roots, there's no way the roots are going a long distance. Let's say the roots kind of keep the tree stuck in that area. When you, let's say you leave the country, right when you come back into Brattleboro in 50 years, let's say where you're at the first time you go to exit 1, when you first get here coming from Massachusetts, and you're by Irving, that tree starts to change back to where it was when you were there, because it misses you and it remembers that you're in the area. So it's remembering how it felt when you left.
Yeah.
That's happening. The trees have memories and responses, and they have preferences of people that they like and don't like.
That's interesting.
So there are
I do believe that our energy, I mean, we do emit a lot of energy, so.
Well, the energy is just what you're storing. It's just the will of things. Because if you believe in energy, there's a creator. So not only is it the will of the creator, sort of like he's imagining us and we're living in a daydream, but it's also like the energy that you have is your intentions and the things that you've thought about and the way you wanted to shift the universe. How is that energy made? Energy isn't created or destroyed. It's changed and transferred. We're not getting anything new. Everything that's around has always been around, and it's always going to be around, supposedly. The universe expanding, supposedly, is just creating empty space. And I don't know, I'm not smart enough to know what that means right now. Because I know that reality right now is billions and billions of wormholes creating this, and it is a holographic simulation where we imagine it as 3D, but really you can draw a 3D picture on a 2D plane. So when we're looking out and it looks like 3D, really it's us perceiving that third dimension is the reason that I can move my hand like this. when really it's a multi-dimensional thing. So
Well, who's projecting it? I mean, are you saying collectively we're all projecting it?
so the people like Masons, I mean the older, the flower of life,
Yeah.
the oldest symbol in recorded history ever, that's been around for that's the oldest thing we have access to. And all that is showing a Venn diagram of a bunch of circles. And when they're all woven together, they create this beautiful piece. And the circles are all identical and they're all the same. That's trying to show that we are all the same thing. When you look at it from a higher perspective, it's more of that too. It's also opening you up through what's it called? Geometry, sacred geometry. Is that what it's called?
Well, there is that.
Sacred geometry. It's opening you up to sacred geometry, which is saying that you can do things in the universe by visualization. Visualization.
Some people really believe that we can manifest.
I know it. It's all probability in ChatGPT. When God said, "Let there be light," the universe He created made it happen. The same way that you say, ChatGPT, draw me a picture of a dog's butthole, and it tries its best. So when you're like, my enemies will come to their senses and I will get my just desserts, there's probably a constant feed of your spiritual resources, plus the things managing you, plus all of your ancestors, plus the things outside of space-time, plus the position in the flower of life. Where are you in that Venn diagram? And it just kind of moves you around like Monsters, Inc. with those doors. It tries to move that door so you can step into the room where that happens for you. That's multiversal thinking, is that you say you want an experience and then the universe is trying to make that happen for you. The same way that you call and press the button in Monsters, Inc. for the door to come in for you to step into. They're trying to pull that experience outside of space-time so that you can move inside of it, because everything's happening in the present moment. So they're trying to make that more likely that you can step into that door. But that's just a theory. A game theory.
Well,
and
I'd
I'm
like
a gang
to know
member.
who's projecting this world.
I mean, my haters hate me a lot. And my name is, I'm a 1133 Sagittarius Aquarius Taurus rising, named Casey, brave, forward-moving, persevering, surviving. It's the oldest name in history. You were inspired to give me the oldest name in history.
Wow.
Casey is an Atlantean name. It goes back before Egypt.
Wow.
It's the most powerful name in Freemasonry. It means immortality. And then exalted means taken out, placed away with a high sense of authority. So like a king in a castle on a hill, standing at the top. And the 33 life path is the most selfless, caring, compassionate soul, the embodiment of Christ consciousness, the closest thing you can get to perfect before you're not allowed to be on earth. And that you've left it behind, you've graduated. And you're only here to share yourself with as many people as with the entire world and embed it forever before you go on to wherever is next.
Well, why are we all so disconnected now?
Well,
it's got to be by design. It's got to be some frequency.
Why haven't you hit me up? Yeah, it's been years. There's so many things you can do in a day.
Casey, I have hit you up many times. I've come to see you twice. I mean, what are you saying?
Yeah, and you got up and started screaming, and you ran around in circles, screaming and crying. Like, it's complex. There's a lot of different things that get in the way of connectedness. And it takes bravery, and it also takes focus. It takes commitment. It takes accountability. It takes planning, and it takes work, like a lot of work, all the time.
Well, I don't
You-
like that you're so far away.
You
Because
literally,
Melissa's car is not good now. She needs to get rid of it.
you literally
So we can't just
let
drive
go.
2-3 hours up there.
I didn't want to spend time with you either. I don't want to spend time with my mom, man. I would love to, but
Well, I'd like to at least be able to bring you things and, make sure that if you choose to live outside, that you're in a safe, place. We need to find a piece of land that somebody will let you put something on.
well,
That's what I've been working on.
you've been looking to get land.
Well, we have to do something so that you have a place. I mean,
Where's Ariana?
I don't know. Huh?
Where's Ariana?
Well, I mean, she's still in school doing her thing.
Well, isn't she trying to be like the patriarch of the family? The
Well, of
matriarch?
course, yeah, but
She's trying.
she
She's
didn't even start med school yet. She still has
Ariana.
one more year.
Ariana, the overachieving
before.
Aryan Aries. And then who else?
She has one more year,
Who
and then
else do
she
we have?
starts med school.
We have Jesse Jesse, whose last name is means. So we have an Aries named Ari. We have a Leo named Jesus, and we have a Sagittarius whose named Casey, the oldest name, and the oldest name has the oldest life path, and it has the oldest rising sign, and it has a legend. My last name is Legend. I'm looking at my name right now, C. O'Brien. It's literally right here on my Walmart thing, and it's also got the 96 right here. 96. So we have, I don't know what Melissa means. We have a Leo named Gary. We have an Aquarius named Victoria. We're the chosen people. All it took was cooperation, accountability, commitment, and growth over consistency. And I feel like that's my fault because I had to break down. It took us this long to talk, to get through screaming matches, and we're nowhere near compassion. We're nowhere near authenticity either. But what I told you about Dogecoin. I told you,
Yep.
like, I've just been waiting for you to say, how can I help? Instead of, you need fucking help.
I hear you.
Because then I could have had, my dad's a king. He's a Leo. Everyone loves my dad. They hate that they love my dad. He's got friends across.
I don't think anyone. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hang on, I'll be right back. I don't think anyone loves your dad right now.
They love him. They don't like his actions. It's impossible not to love my dad. He's a Leo named Gary Francis O'Brien. He's the coolest cat in the kingdom. He's a fire monkey. He was a ski instructor that was great at his job, and something about him was so great that the richest people on earth loved to be around him, whether that was they wanted to farm us for energy or not. She's going to the bathroom. I said, she's a Aquarius Cancer, so she's siphoning all the narrative energy. And I put out compassion, kindness, blah, blah, blah. And then it hit her, and now she channeled in the compassion and kindness from her environment as the Aquarius, the star. And now she's processing the traumas and the negative stuff because she sits alone in isolation where these bad spirits are farming her to pump into all the people around her. So she's now cycling through and converting all the bad energy. Just like I just hit this higher level right there, and now two coughed at the same time outside. You fucking butt munchers. That's how my mom talks. She is an energy vampire that needs a lot of work and a lot of help. And I do have to degrade myself and become this to speak with her. And when I break away from whatever this is and I get back to my sense of control, she will go back to attacking me. And she does succumb to that darkness at times. And it traumatized in the past. It's given me trauma so bad. You'll be able to, in this video, it's a good masterclass about going to the start and seeing how Casey had to sacrifice himself again just to save people he loves. She's so fine, there's no telling where the money went.
It is funny when you sing like an Indian,
Like what?
like Native American.
You said Indian?
Yeah.
You said in. It's funny when
No,
I
I-
sing because I sound like an Indian.
I can't stand our government. Oh my God, in Vermont, it's crazy.
That's the first thing she said.
God, Bernie's gone batshit crazy.
She's possessed.
Ah,
There's a demon on her.
freaking Bernie.
So when you're talking to her, you're talking to that thing too.
All right, will you stop, Casey? I'm not possessed.
You're impulsive.
I have a very good relationship with God.
Obviously not.
A very good one, actually.
Then why do you have panic attacks?
I don't know. I have PTSD and I hate it.
Yeah. Have you tried
I'm
shitting
gonna
out?
have to work
Have
on
you
it.
tried shitting outside?
I've done that. Remember, I used to walk every day for 8 hours.
Why did you stop?
I think I stopped when I met Rob and we moved.
There wasn't anywhere to walk.
There was. I don't know. I just stopped, but there was. There was a ton of places. We used to go to the to that trail a lot. And walk. What was that? Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you go camping this year?
I don't know if I'm healthy enough to be honest with you, but yeah, I would like to. I suppose.
I mean, I think if you went outside more, you would become healthy.
Yeah. That is my goal, actually. Even if it's just to sit over here by the brook, like I used to do.
I think that when you left by the brook and you moved to where you are now, it was detrimental for you. Because you used to be able to look out your window and see the woods. And now you look out your window and you see crackheads.
Yeah, I know, right? They drive me nuts.
They drive you nuts.
Well, they're loud, you know what I mean?
They're loud.
I'm going all night long, scurrying around. I still have compassion for them. They're still human beings.
Do you think we should tie him to a tree?
No, I really wish they'd reopen some treatment centers. I don't understand. They got to get them off the addictive substance first before they expect any behavior changes.
The problem with crack, like that stuff, and being in homelessness, is that you don't want to let go of who you've become from suffering for so long, because it's your self-worth is because of the things you've achieved, your struggle, and things that homeless people innately understand is that energy is transferable, and that there is a vampiric society and a system designed to strip you of your identity, to make you continue working and be a node in their network, and they want to unravel all your strings so that they can weave you the right way and knot you into their system. With string theory, they tie a knot with you. That's why marriage is called tying the knot, because you're weaving your strings together. That's why they say sign your life away, because people innately understood that before, and that was taken from us. But the folklore and the culture, the mannerisms stayed around. Everyone believes in energy they gaslight schizophrenics because schizophrenics are probably gifted. And the majority of people aren't gifted because a lot of people don't deserve it. So when you
Well, there's a lot of
I mean,
studies now on
do you
SSRIs.
want to talk about what's causing people to be disconnected?
I think it's deeper than
You
you
bitch.
know. I think it's by nature, and I think it's the internet. I think having the internet box, like I sit next to it all day long, probably not a good idea. Microwaves, very bad.
Well, here, as an Aquarius, your natural sense of authenticity would repel that. So, for your future, because do you want to do great things and build a legacy? And
No,
do you want to help people?
I've lost all of that, Casey. I'm really not the same person.
Have you tried? I mean, I can't write about it. Sitting inside, it destroys me. I can't come up with things. Talking to you, it sucks to be me, bro. I don't think I know how to destroy other people. Like, I know that people attack me all the time. I get tons of hate messages. I get energy vampires. I get police brutality. I get disgusting pedophiles. I get crackheads that come at me and try to hurt me. I get animals in the woods that scream at me when I'm making a song and I start to buzz the right way. I don't think I know, like, I don't know how to turn it around and demoralize people and demean them actually. It's like I can't help but heal the world. But when I'm here, I can't do anything. So I would say that your purpose is probably to write. You're probably, like, every day you probably think about writing something or like writing a book.
Yeah, I do enjoy writing.
Yeah, and you're a great writer, a great author. That's probably something very important in your life that you should do. I don't know what it would be, if it would just whatever you want. I'm a Sagittarius Aquarius. All my stuff is Sagittarius Aquarius, so I would have it too. But I only think about writing my journey, so where I've explored, or writing stories about journeys. Like I like to create songs. I like to create movies that are mobile. But in Aquarius Cancer, and you're the 25th, and were you born in 65? 67?
67.
67. So you are
58.
8, 9, 18, 24, 24 and 7 is 31. So you are 4, which is law and order. And your last name is Marshall. And you're surrounded by crackheads.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
So your life would be centered around creating and discovering a better way to keep a sense of order systematically, in a way that would bring victory. What is victory, but not, isn't victory like the glorious part when you achieve something and you've gained the glory? Like, a victory, as a growing up Catholic, isn't the way to win Catholicism to bring the most glory back to God and to live the most compassionately? So,
Well, I used to feel this way, but I'm hardened.
yeah, but you're hardened by cigarettes.
Or maybe I'm 58 years old and I'm just tired. You ever thought of that?
You're tired. I mean,
And the world is getting worse. I hate it.
so when I was 5 years old, you were 30. No, when I was 8 years old. Yeah, when I was 5 years old, you're 58 now. So you were 30?
I was 30 when you were born.
I was
Or
born, you
no,
were
30. Or almost 31.
That's crazy. In 6 years, I will be as old as you were when I was born.
Yeah. I can't remember if I was almost 31 or almost 32.
I don't want the truth of my mother to be that you're the manifestation of the police destroying me. Like, I think you're drawn to have the system defeat me in my rebellion because you're not living up to whatever you're supposed to be doing. And that's the same way that I am not living up to my grand journey. So I end up traveling and being compassionate. It's like just a low level. I think that there's that's why you're drawn to government. That's why you're so worried. Like, everything that I've seen from you for the past 6 months has been talking about crime on Facebook and about Mexicans. You're searching for something that you're settling for in this government stuff. I think there's something that you've always wanted to do and that you feel like is the right thing
I
to
already
do.
know what it is because I had an epiphany.
I know, I felt it.
People my age grew up in the 70s. It was the most beautiful time. We were so lucky. And I think that what we long for when we talk about getting rid of all these immigrants and crime, and it's what we're longing for is the 70s. And it can never go back to that. It just won't, no matter what we do. We have to accept that. That the world has changed, and we need to focus on the way it is right now and not long for that beautiful era that no longer exists.
I would pay a lot of money for something that could show me a little bit of what that was like.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was so innocent and fun and just, oh my God, the camaraderie amongst Americans. And it just was a beautiful time. It was a safe time. And kids played outside all day and night. And it is when they started introducing sugar and processed foods. That is the start of it.
And drugs.
Yeah, but there wasn't as many. It wasn't like it is today.
Yeah, sugar and drugs
there was
have gotten worse.
Where people smoked and stuff, but you know what I mean? It wasn't like running rampant in our streets.
Are you smoking?
It wasn't crazy.
Are you smoking?
No.
All right. And then the music was just people with guitars, right? There wasn't any there wasn't techno or anything.
No.
There was no
I mean, there might have been, but I mean, I just remember my dad used to play the radio or his records. He had hundreds of records.
I bet do you know Grandpa is a Sagittarius?
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I never thought about it.
You know what he does for work?
Nothing anymore.
He drives a bus.
No, he used to.
Now he drives Uber. But I mean, when I talked to him in 2022, he told me he was still driving the bus.
Not anymore, honey. He's getting up there. He's not able to do any of that.
That's what
He's had a couple of cancer scares.
I mean, he told me that he was broke and he still has to work.
I don't think he ever said he was broke, but that was a few years ago. But no, he hasn't worked in a few years.
I think he might be scared to tell you.
Well, I don't think they have what they used to. I mean, they've lived off it, you know.
Yeah. Grandpa, was he a Wall Street banker?
No, he actually, believe it or not, he worked in the World Trade Center.
He worked in the Twin Towers on the 97th floor.
Yes, he did, for a Japanese bank, and the bank was hit. But he had already left that job. And if he hadn't, he would have been killed in that.
Wasn't it a week he left the job a week before it went down? And he was
No, I don't think it was a week, but he was down the street though
he was
in another bank.
he was
And you
on.
could see the Twin Towers from it.
He saw it happen.
He could see all the smoke and everything. He could see it. Yeah.
So he left the job very quick recently, had just moved into another job, probably set up that job beforehand. And then he had a front row seat when the plane hit his job, right where his job was. Is Grandpa a Freemason?
No, he's not. He's not.
What made you pick?
Hey, guess what, though, I found out? There's an organization, a clandestine organization called the Orange Men. And I found out that my biological father's grandfather was high up in the Orange Men.
Orange?
Yeah, they're called the Orange Men.
The color
I
orange?
can't remember if it's from Britain or from Ireland, but
Do you know what orange is in Freemasonry?
no.
So orange is the number 33. So
Oh, wow.
the Orange Men mean it's another word for Master Masons.
Well, you could look it up because I think I tried. I didn't find a ton, but they're called the Orange Men.
Orange Men are 33rd degree Freemasons.
Well, he was high up in it, real high up.
To be high up in a 33rd degree Masonry, he would be past 33, which they have, but you can't really get there easily. So his knowledge, and that's in your bloodline, or is that in Grandpa's bloodline?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to remember if it was in. It might have been my David's, my real father's mother's line, or it might have been in David's line. I'm gonna have to ask his wife because now I don't remember.
My biological grandfather's name is
anyway,
David.
she did say that somebody was high up.
I didn't know that. David Dickerson.
No,
My grandfather's name wasn't David Dickerson?
no, that's my ex-husband.
Oh,
No, Bert. But I don't know if
Bert?
it was him or if it was Mary, if it was my grandmother's grandfather.
my grandfather's last name was Bert?
Burke.
Burke.
B-E-R-K.
Okay, Burke.
But I think
I was
it
like,
was
my grandfather
Berkowitz.
from Bronx, his name is Bert?
It was either
Bert from
Berkowitz
Bronx?
or
Where
Berkovich.
my grandfather, on my dad's side, had a restaurant that Kai Cenat lived above. Where the
really?
rat
Well,
that made him
that's,
famous.
Yeah, that's
That building where the rat ran across the screen and made Kai Cenat famous when he had an Irish chain was right above my family's old restaurant.
Wow.
Ling Ling. What up, my Ling Ling? Fuck you. Fuck Latugan. So do you still think I have schizophrenia?
I think, like I said, that I've seen a change in you since you stopped doing any kind of drugs. I've seen a big change, and I'm really glad about that.
What if I told you
I
that
think
did?
that you do suffer from bipolar episodes because I can see when you're manic, and then it goes up and down.
I think that you don't know enough about these disorders to really be able to articulate what that behavior is. And
Well,
then someone,
I haven't seen you in a while, so
hopefully
you're
with
right.
this talk, you can recognize that there's a greater complexity to what's really happening in this experience that can't be defined by one word that has a lot of stigma
All right.
around it.
I do agree with that, actually.
So I don't want to hear you calling me names, especially on the internet where people are using that against me. And I would love for you to say that, hey, I made posts in the past about my son having mental illness. I'm not a therapist, and I didn't know exactly what was going on with him, and it wasn't the case. In that case, he's actually very smart, funny, charming, articulate, and I'm very proud of him. And I'm sorry that if I led anyone to believe that he had mental illnesses that he doesn't have. I would love if you posted that.
All right.
But I don't know if you should. I would just say
No, I'll post it on my page, and that way it's not on all over the internet.
okay, but make it public.
So that every time you comment and they look, instead of when they look at your page, they see Casey has mental illness, they see I'm really proud of my son, and he does not have mental illness. He's fighting a battle that people rarely do, and that could have been emotional at times, but he's used his genius to uncover it, and now he's a role model to many, many people. Billions and billions and billions of Mexicans.
Right now, the Haitians are in trouble, so you should befriend them.
The Haitians? I have Haitian friends.
Trump just took away their protective status.
Their teeth, so they can't eat the dogs.
I know.
He sent them all to the dentist. He took away their protection.
Yeah, they were here on some kind of temporary protection order, and he just took it away.
The Haitians that were in Springfield?
All over. I think there's 500,000, they said, all over.
Oh, there was a program with Haiti that was allowing migration.
Yeah.
And he stopped that.
Haiti really is a bad place, but I'll tell you who's going to get us. It's going to be the terrorists. They're biding their time. They're arming up, and that's who we're going to contend with. And it's going to be bad when
why
it starts.
Why don't you believe that the Rothschilds govern over the entire world?
I do. I believe that there's a bunch of bad. And you know who else? Remember when your father worked for, who do you work for? DuPont. They're also one.
Yeah.
The older DuPonts. I don't know about the younger ones,
So
but the older ones.
My dad's
definitely.
friend, who's a ski instructor, also was a ship captain for one of the elite families. So I used to go on their boats, and I used to go to their houses, and I met them all. And my dad would always,
DuPont.
isn't it weird that they always fed me pizza? But I love pizza. But the elite families that are part of Pizzagate,
Oh, God.
and I would sit with them and eat pizza. So now it's not code. I actually ate pizza with the DuPonts. But now if I tell anyone Casey ate pizza with the DuPonts, they're going to think that I was a child. A piece of pizza. Or maybe they thought that I was eating the pizza. Do you think I should run for town governor? I should go back to Bradford and
Why
run
not, if Hank is?
Do you think I should run for RTN?
I don't know, Casey. You've got to have a permanent residence. We have got to work on that. Unless you like traveling and you just want to be homeless. I mean, I don't know. But,
I mean,
I don't know if you want to settle somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah. How's the volume? My phone might die. It's at 4%. What's the other one at? The other one is down.
Well, I really enjoyed this conversation, and I learned a lot. And I have a different perspective. I'm going to start approaching you in a different way. I am. And I'm going to work on my fear. And, it's just, I don't want to lose you. That's what it is. I don't want to lose you. And I know I can't control that. But trying to control that is what makes me crazy.
So you said trying to control things make you crazy.
I can't control whether you live or die. You're 25 years old. I can't save you. I can't. But I try. That's when I get crazy.
And when I try to control the future by trying to do the most perfect thing and utilize all my knowledge and everything I've ever experienced and try to uncover the truth of reality and also explore and do different things and also try to make a significant impact on the world and create better songs and also help everyone that I love. When I try to control that so much that I can accurately make better decisions, it gets so overwhelming that I go crazy. And then how do I wasn't able to articulate that was happening. I think what I said to the people that gave to, by the way, with Spring Harbor, it just came to me. I told them I had schizoaffective. They gave me schizoaffective from Spring Harbor because I told them that I had schizoaffective when I was 13. It wasn't behavior they observed, I don't think. I think it was I told them my backstory, and they put that in their notes. Patient has a diagnosis of schizoaffective. Because I told them that the retreat diagnosed me years ago. And then I told them that that was because I was coming off of acid. I think maybe in translation, that turned into a schizoaffective.
Well, let me ask you something. Why are you so against, letting me help you get to that natural place? I want you to go to that, the place that's all naturopathic, and let them do a brain scan. Let them look at your brain matter.
I already did one.
Because that will show, honey, if there's any kind of shrinkage in your brain matter. It'll show it.
I did already.
No, you didn't have any. No, you didn't have a CT scan of your brain.
Is that when, like, if you say that you have brain damage and you ask them to check, is that a CT scan?
I don't know. I mean, maybe you had one. I don't know, but I've never seen any medical records of it.
Well, you haven't asked what I've done for the past 3 years.
Well, would you think about moving a little closer to me so that I can help you easier?
No. Listen.
I mean, at least think about it.
I don't think living closer to you will help me any easier. Especially if Brattleboro is as bad as everybody's saying.
No, I don't want you to move to Brattleboro, but just closer than 3 hours away or 2 hours away.
I'm an hour away.
Because I can't get there to give you when you need something.
I'm about 60 minutes away from you.
No, more than that.
I'm in Montpelier.
Yeah, but that's like an hour and a half, I think.
Maybe.
I don't know how long it is, actually. I didn't check, but...
See how
I don't know.
I have to become my dad to do with my mom.
Make sure you yell burn dog.
I don't care.
I hate him.
I hate you. So when I was attacked and bravely fought for my life against that piece of shit in the laundromat, and he slammed on my head with the metal baton, I went to the hospital and asked them to do a scan. And they told me my brain is fine.
Well, they weren't. They were checking for concussion or something. You know what I mean? I don't think it's specific. It's a specific test.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I also have bigger things I want to deal with. I would love for help. I mean, I can be here for another 6 months if I want.
That's if you behave and that guy doesn't kick you out.
I don't want to be here.
Well, I know, but until at least the nicer weather comes.
As soon as after March 31st, I have 80 days. I can be in a motel. Which is...
Well, you want to save some for the winter of next year.
That doesn't count. As soon as the winter's back up, the winter program is back, and that 80 days doesn't count.
Well, Trump's going to change that. Just remember, matter of fact, not only is he going to change that, but he's going to make people that are on Medicaid, Medicare, and food stamps, you have term limit now on food stamps. Lifetime, you're only allowed to collect it for X amount of time, and you have to work. So when that implements, that's why I was saying to you, if you have a mental diagnosis, if you don't, you're going to be expected to go to work.
Well, it's a good thing I'm actually diagnosed bipolar.
Well, you have to show that on paper. I mean, I can send you the form.
I'm diagnosed bipolar 1.
Well, you have to get those records then from the retreat. But the only reason I have it is because you left it with me. You know what I mean? You left it in your papers, and I have it. Otherwise, I have no access to anything. They won't let me even talk about you.
How long did you live in Bronx? How long did you live in New York City?
In New York City, I ran away to New York City once.
Yeah, when you ran away from the boarding school.
I lived there probably a couple of months on and off. I lived there twice.
Was it terrible?
Hell yeah!
All right.
Holy fuck. You don't want to go to a big city. You'll be killed within days. I mean, it's just, you'll be killed within days.
They'll just walk right up.
They're not going to tolerate anybody like it. They're just not. I'm lucky I didn't get kidnapped and trafficked, because today that's what they do to runaways. But back then, I mean, I had some issues, trust me. But
if I wanted to move to the city, I do have people that would make it. It wouldn't be like I would run in and get killed as a homeless man. If I wanted to move to the city, I have enough people in the city that it would be safe if I wanted to. I've got people in Chicago, I've got people in California, I've got people in Phoenix, I've got people down in West Virginia, I've got someone in Miami that doesn't like me very much, but he respects me. Aaron Alexander.
the one who left you to die outside of the hotel, yeah, he's a great guy.
And told me to kill myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere near him.
Yeah, his assistant really likes me. His mother comments on my Facebook all the time before she passed away. He really likes me.
Well, right now, the government is rounding people up in cities. I would not go anywhere near a city. I would stay right what you're doing and being able to live in the woods. And like I said, if you lived a little closer to me,
she wants me to
I
live in
could
the
make
woods
sure
now.
that you had everything you need
She
to
was
live
screaming
safely.
for a half hour. You were screaming for a half hour that you don't want me in the woods.
Well, Casey, if that's your choice, I would rather be able to bring you what you need. I can't even mail you anything. I don't know half the time where you are.
Right now, I really want to pull it. I mean, things are changing.
I mean, your father would probably give you the RV
No, he
if you
wouldn't.
could find a place to park it.
I've had a place to park it for years. He doesn't.
Yeah, but if I told him, he would do it.
He was. My dad is a greedy person.
Well, he might get kicked out of where he is, and he may need to live in it. So I don't know at this point. But
Where does he live?
I'm not going to go into it. I don't want you to hurt him again.
Okay, I have 1%, and then I have 5% on this. So I'm just gonna tell you. My dad was. It was like a 7-hour car ride. He was the whole time. Every time I said anything, he was just getting really negative. He was really judgmental. He was like trying to down me, trying to degrade me. Everything I did, he shit on my music. He was just shitting. He was in a bad mood. He was very mad. And I just sang. I was like, fuck it, if we're going to drive for 6 hours, I put on my music and I sang for like 6 hours. So we were both mad at each other. At the very end, he said something like, I'll never amount to anything.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I snapped. And one time I did grab his neck and I pushed upwards like the cop did to me. You know, my dad got to watch the cop choke me out. He got to hear it in that video, in the live stream. So what I did to my dad and what I did to you, the cop did to me years later, in the year of karma. So there you go. But in terms of what, and listen,
Casey, why isn't your bed made? You better clean that room up so that it doesn't.
don't fucking tell me what to do, bitch.
Casey,
Don't tell me what to do, bitch. You're not the boss of me. You ain't not my boss. You don't know what my bed looks like, huh?
I just saw it. It's not made, and the room's a mess, and that's how they'll kick you
Yeah,
out.
they make me pay for laundry here.
Well, just pick it up.
No, because you told me to, bitch. You can't control me.
No, I don't want you to get kicked out.
I don't want to get kicked out either. So let me tell you.
Get out.
Is what I say, does it even hit your brain? Like when I talk to you, do you retain anything that I say?
Absolutely, all of it.
Well, what was I just talking about?
Your father and his behavior.
Okay, so when I was 13 years old or 14 years old, my dad attacked me in his house. I came
But
home.
what were you doing before that? You were locking the door on him every single day. He wouldn't come out of the room. So he kicked the door, or he took it off its hinges. That's what and then you broke Skip's heater.
No,
That was like thousands of dollars.
no, there was a dent in Skip's heater that was easy to take out.
Well, so, I mean, it was both of you fighting, you know? I mean, I
No,
used to
it was
fight
not
my
both of
father.
us fighting. That's very different to me 5 or 6 days prior putting a dent in a heater because I was mad that nobody liked me in school and there's something wrong with me and I don't know what. and then me locking myself in a room away from a father who used to smash my keyboard over his knee and throw knives at the wall. You know what I'm saying?
I think your father has a mental illness as
Well,
well.
either way, listen,
I've seen
I don't
him
care.
psychotic also.
This is my show. Either way, you're in my show, bitch. Listen, I was locking myself in because that's how I felt safe, and I was trying to process what I'm going to do with my life. I was just stacking up my money. I was also potentially recovering from acid. I wasn't in a great space, and I didn't want to be around my dad who made me scared. So he took the door off the hinges, and I couldn't sleep, and I got scared. So I didn't yell at him. I didn't attack him. I didn't do anything. I just said, hey, can I please have the door? I don't feel safe. And I just worked 14 hours as the head dishwasher at 14 years old in the busiest time of the year at a major ski resort. I was the head dishwasher in 200 degrees. It was a bad night. I came home and I just said, please, Dad, and I had hiccups too. I was throwing up from hiccups. I said, please, can I just put my door back? And then he just got worse and worse and worse, probably because I was asking him to do something and he felt like I was telling him what to do. That's something that you asked me for the bed, and that's why you told me that. And I got mad. He got mad. So he reacted by grabbing my leg, slamming me on the ground, dragging me through the house, breaking my stuff. He picked me up multiple times and threw me on the ground and he wouldn't let me walk out of the house. He had to grab my leg and he wanted to throw me out by my leg outside the house. And you know, Skip's house, there's a staircase.
Yeah.
His plan was to drag me down the stairs and out the door like Bigfoot carrying a tree. So I kept escaping him and running away, and he'd come back and do it again. And one point, he picked up a hammer and ran at me with the hammer above his head like this, not like showing me a hammer. Like I saw him go, he says, I just wanted to show you. He took the hammer and swung it, and it froze in place. And then he froze, and then he dropped it, and then walked away and picked up tried to go for my Xbox and my TV. So I had to run in, and I picked him up I squatted him, like I deadlifted him, picked him up, and then whipped him on the bed. I tried to whip him on the bed, but he squirmed, and he broke his hip on the side of the bed, the wooden part of the bed. So then I grabbed my TV and my Xbox, and I had no boots, pajamas, shirt, and I walked a mile, and it was sub-zero. And I walked a mile, and then he took the car, and he would play chicken with me. How close can he get to me driving as fast as he can? Swerving at me.
Oh, that's nice.
Until he had a heart attack, and none of you told me if he was okay for a month. And then he showed up out of the blue. So I thought, do you remember when I'm sitting there playing Grand Theft Auto when Jamie showed up?
No.
You don't remember Jamie Boyd when she showed up to take me away? I was playing Grand Theft Auto, and I thought that whole night I was under the assumption my father was dead. I don't know why I'm getting dramatic, but I thought he was dead. I thought that I killed him. When they took him away in the ambulance, I thought he was dying. And that's a schizo delusion, because he's probably going to live. He was in an ambulance. They took him away. He was going, whatever. He had an attitude. I don't think he was dying. But he was actually dying. His heart failed. He was screaming and running in circles. No, he wasn't. He couldn't move, actually. He was like passed out, half on the bed, just screaming into the pillow. And I was trying to I had to guide the police from Brattleboro how to get to us, and then you showed up with them because they left you a voicemail.
Actually, that's not true. Your father called me during his heart attack.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, it was the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. The pain was so. I'll never forget it as long as I.
Well, he tried to kill his son, so. He tried to kill his son that night, so it happens. If that guy wasn't home at Dawson's house, I would have had to walk 6 miles. And my fingers, when I got there, my fingers couldn't move. They were purple, like complete. I'm talking like purple you don't even know about. You don't know how bad that hurt. It's not giving birth, but I could have really lost a finger. Like I had to thought, like it took me a long time to get my fingers to move to fix the phone. I couldn't move them. But for whatever reason, the grabbing me and dragging me on the ground and yelling at me, that's what I did to my dad. And it was, when it happened, it was right where he was swerving the car at me. It was on Coldbrook Road between Dawson and my dad's and Skip's house. Literally right in the middle, dead center in the middle is where I stopped, and I did that. So the same way that 10 years before I had to walk in the freezing cold to escape my father, 10 years later, I beat the fuck out of him the way he did to me, the way that he deserves. I got him back for what he did to me. And then he took off in my car and left Mark. So I was carrying my son, Mark, and there was the road filled up with fireflies. So there was fireflies everywhere. And it was pitch black with the fireflies. And they were all around me, like they kept flying around Mark and I. Mark didn't run away from me. He didn't care. He was just happy to be in my arms. And I carried Mark all the way back to my dad's RV. And then he was in there talking shit. So I chucked a rock through his window. And then I left and I slept. I walked back to a farm and I slept on a farm that night. And then I walked back to the multi-million-dollar place that's empty sitting next door to my dad and on Hummingbird, and I used their hot tub and I sat there in the woods all day. And then I hung out with my dad and helped him organize his stuff. And I hope that my movie will be able to be extracted from my brain into an AI and I can show everybody how amazing my life has been. But it wasn't as bad as my dad makes it out to be, because he's not able to recognize it was literally everything that he did to me when I was not able to defend myself as a child. So I felt it was fitting. What I don't like is when I grabbed his neck in the car, because he wouldn't stop bitching at me. And I freaked out because in my mind, I was like, he needs to know that he can't just talk like this to me. And I haven't gotten through to him in 10 years. And I was so stressed out with other things, I just impulsively was like, that'll make him fucking realize that he should talk to me like a person and that I exist and that I have a heart and a soul and a mind, and I'm not just in another character in your stories that you make up. There's somebody on the other end of your projections. So that's why I did it for a couple seconds, and then I just went back and I was like, now hopefully we can all move on. But I didn't realize that was going to emasculate him and keep him in a state of fear for a long time and probably contort to his delusions, and he probably cycle the police all the time when they did it to me. So
if I could go back, Casey, I would do so much different.
If I could go back, I would have waited longer for looking at those frogs so that the cops wouldn't rip my dad out of the car and beat the fuck out of him in a way where he couldn't fight back. And he still won. I think there was 6 cops randomly outside pulling my dad over. And then they tried to reach into the car and grab the keys, which is illegal and a violation of the Fourth Amendment right. They were already planning on making up what he was going to do to them. It was premeditated. The cop was waiting for us, and he pulled my dad over knowing it was my dad, and then ripped him out of the car. And then my dad drove in reverse to get away from them to protect us from a cop that obviously was trying to maybe kill us. If a cop lunges in your car for no reason, you're going to roll the window up and drive in reverse. There's no reason for a cop to reach his hand in for my dad not using a blinker, but his headlights are on. And there's nobody else on the road. And then all of a sudden, within 30 seconds, there are 6 other cops. The entire department of a small town is there just to beat the fuck out of him. Mason.
Yeah, but see, your father was never nice to the cops in that town, and he did what you do to the cops. So in the end, he could still face jail time. He has a court date coming up. And he could still, even at his age, get put in jail.
It doesn't matter. Those police are public servants. Do you know? I'm not lying when I said that I got shot at after I exposed a cop for being a rapist. I have 3% on one phone and 2% on the other. I'm trying a different outlet to see if that makes a difference. So I want the pull-up and dip bar. Maybe it would be great to have a storage unit, but I want to work out. So I want to get my diet better because that will make me feel better, and I want to work out, which will help my self-esteem, which will change a lot of things about what's going on in my life. That changes pretty much everything if I'm taking care of myself and I look good. So if you want to help me, I already have a pull-up and did you sell the zebra rug?
No.
Okay.
But I will tell you that the gas tank in the leaf blower had a hole in it, and we had to get rid of it.
The leaf blower?
Oh my God, it had it. Did you drop it or anything?
It fell out of a moving truck.
It had a big crack, and so the gas, I smelled gas, and I'm like, well, why is there gas smell? And there was a crack, it was leaking out. So it's too dangerous, because if you turn it on, it can blow up, fill up with gas.
As long as the zebra rug is there, because we'll never be able to get another one ever.
Well, you do know that it's not in the greatest shape, it's in a plastic bag.
I want to figure out how to fix that because we have an action. So my dad's friend, who is very wealthy, shot himself and left my dad everything. And I got a zebra rug from it because I yelled at him that it's sick to go and kill an animal and skin it and put it on the wall. Like that thing used to walk around and you probably killed it on purpose for that rug. And then he said something like, "You'll understand when you're older." And now I'm like, well, I want that zebra rug. I do want it. Okay, this one is not dying. I need another.
Well, it was a very productive conversation.
What changed?
I do want you to know I'm really sorry about John Michael.
Yeah.
I know how much you care for him.
I was wrong about John Michael's birthday.
Mother, if she is the one that found him.
You talked to Carol?
No, I messaged her though. Tell me she has looked at it. I think she's devastated. I mean, she lost her oldest son too.
Yeah, she lost 2 kids. How do you know that she's the one that found him?
That's because I was listening to that conversation with you and that guy.
Yeah.
That's how I found out it was him that died, because I happened to be listening to them.
That guy posted songs that John Michael didn't really care about. And he also, all of his posts were centered around poor me, like trying to gain sympathy. And when I talked to him, he said things that I know energy vampires do. Like
I thought he sounded very nice to you. He was treating you nice.
Not at all. There was a sneakiness to him. He was like a snake. When you've been around, like I've been around, you can pick out people. And there was something really wrong with that guy. And I knew that he was at the base. I know that he had made a choice that was going to lead him down the wrong road because he allowed himself to be possessed by a narcissistic demon. And then what happened is that he started spamming poor me posts for likes. Then he got extremely drunk and started talking shit. Then his mom confronted him publicly and he went off. And then he started posting pictures of his own face close up, crying for no reason.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Yeah, like pride had he was consumed by his vices. And
that's ridiculous.
His last straw was trying to do what he did during John Michael's life, which was groom him, take advantage of his innocence, and have a way inappropriate relationship. It wasn't sexual that I know about, but it was John Michael, for whatever reason, when I left John Michael to when I came back in 2023, he had been ruined. I cried, like I couldn't look at him. And I tried, and when I talked to him, I'm a super psychic empath. I was able to pick out every single one of his relationships because I felt it literally trying to attack me. So I would talk to him about it, and I asked him to freestyle to see what he'd become, and he was just spitting out Mixley. You know, Mixley Graves.
Really?
He sounded just like Mixley, and he was saying things Mixley says, and he started talking like Mixley. I was like, have you been smoking crack with Mixley? And he was like, yeah, Mixley's been giving me crack, actually. I could tell. So I went.
I think he's in jail.
I went right to Groundworks and talked to the director of Groundworks, and I told him basically, like, look, Mixley's given my younger brother drugs, and Mixley's all he has because they're musicians together. What do you think? I said, what do you think about that? And they went, meh. And I said, I need a $50 gas card to get back home. Can you get me one? And they're like, sure. But I figure it's small town stuff, so I'm like, word of mouth, it was going to spread. As long as the director knows me and now knows what Mixley's doing, the best thing I could have done was just give him a better chance. And then I also took John Michael. I kidnapped John Michael the way I said I wanted to kidnap Jesse, and it was probably one of the best moments of John Michael's life. He got to see, I was the first person to ever show him Wilmington in his life. But he wanted to go to sleep. He was withdrawing from crack, and he had work the next day. But instead, I spent the whole night taking him through my hometown. And we saw a moose, and I saw aliens, and I talked to aliens, and he talked to aliens, and the aliens talked through him at me.
Oh, Jesus.
Swear to God. Swear to God. It was so weird.
Well, let's just hope
And
they're not here
it's
to
just
your
John-
brains.
there's just something
They'll
weird.
be disappointed.
John Michael had this really weird thing about him where it was, he could control his smell really well. Like, I would be sitting with him and he wouldn't fart or anything. But the same way that I guess he probably makes music, when I would sit in the car with him, the smells that he was emitting were so distinct and different and weird and strong. And he could change the odor at will. Like, I sat with him for 6 hours, and during that time, while I was trying to meditate and fight off this strong stench, I would see his mind change, and then the smell in the whole car would change to how I felt his mind had changed. Like, the color of everything. I would see, because we're both very creative, I would see his mind change, like the song that he was playing change, and the air he was able to bring out through whatever, whether it was through his sweat glands or whatever, it changed. And I think that's why. Did you notice that John Michael started off blonde and he ended with bright red hair?
No, I didn't notice that.
And
I haven't looked
if you
at
look
his
at
picture. I wonder if he was strawberry blonde or something.
No, I knew him. I lived with him. He had just regular blonde hair, like the color of this lampshade, and then he died with bright red hair, and his goatee, half of it turned red and the other half turned white, gray, and died. He was there was a lot of weird stuff with him that really impressed me, I think. Not to sound white as hell. But yeah, my phone's not charging. I have 2% on both. So I have a TV. I have a month here. I wish that last month I really wanted my PlayStation, and I don't know what to talk to Carol. Like, I don't know what Carol's gonna do with John Michael's stuff, and I don't want her to. I want to make sure that I want to work with Carol to find a way to take everything that John Michael has on his phone, on his other phones, his computer, And I want to be able to make sure that we can keep that safely stored forever. So that we never...
Have you written to her?
Not yet. She didn't. She said she wants to call anytime, but when I ask her to call, she doesn't.
Well, I'm sure she's not well right now.
Yeah, and she has to work too. She's a hospice worker, so she has people she has to take care of that are dying.
Oh my goodness.
She has to caretake people that are on their way to death and keep them alive. But she told me that she messaged me and said that she loves me and that John Michael loved me. And I realized that I used to, do you know I used to work with Carol?
No.
Carol's known me since I was 14.
Yeah.
And she knew me from the pool too. When I was young, she knew who I was. So she
was friends with Marble's mom for a long time.
So she knew my dad too.
Yep. Sure.
And John Michael has a lot of O'Briens in his family too. And you know Melissa's friend, Michelle?
Yeah.
She looks just like my sister. And you know what her last name is? O'Brien.
No. Oh, really?
Yeah. So we can't escape it. We're woven together. And our stories are all playing the same. We're in a symphony. We're like a string section. And I'm the drums. Bum 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 bum. I told Nate that John Michael died because he fell and hit his head and then froze to death. And Nate said, "Man, I wish he had just turned his life around."
There's no help for people.
John Michael had a job. He was releasing songs. John Michael died in the exact moment that we transitioned from Pisces into the age of Aquarius. The entire world and the earth shifted into a new era while John Michael was freezing to death. And I felt like the things that John Michael had taken from me by belittling me and judging me and energy vampiring me and basically putting me through torture when he lived in my house, I felt it all return to me. Like there was something in the room that gave it back. And then I felt like it kept hitting my head for the next couple days before I found out John Michael died, that I felt like I really needed to talk to him. And then when they told me, I saw him, like after I found out he died, before I found out that he froze to death, I saw him freezing to death and reaching out for me. Because I saw him cycling through people in his mind, and I got to see the moment that he thought about me. Whether I made it up or not, that's why I was freaking out on the video last time, is because I was watching him begging for me to come save him. And then until he just let go. I thought about John Michael every day, the same way that you think about me, supposedly. But I never hit him up because I felt like I wouldn't be a good influence and that he might be a bad influence on me.
Yeah.
So I traveled. Literally, the reason that I'm traveling in the first place is to find the town where the community is the best, so that I could eventually take you guys and put you on a plot of land.
Right now, the world is anti-drug addict, anti-homeless people, anti-immigrants. Everywhere you go, the world is in an uproar right now. We're not in a good place as human beings.
which is why it's necessary when they're playing that song to continue playing my song, and it's hard because they keep detuning my instruments and cutting my strings. Are you eating?
Yeah.
I'm trying to smoke this cigarette. I'm kicking Jamie beyond the wall. Whoever that bitch is now with the wildlings forever. Jamie, I hope that a frost troll eats your brain and you freeze to death like my little brother.
I told you there's a lot of people in the true crime. This one guy, Ernie, who's really bad. He was on your page one night. He had his picture. He came on with his picture, and he was saying horrible things to me. I kept reporting him, and finally I think he got rid of him. But he's an evil little shit. But because I said some things in the true crime community like a year ago, they found you, because that's what they do. So you just got to ignore the mean people, Casey. Just delete them.
Well, that's because you keep posting about me on social media instead of messaging
Well,
me.
just delete them.
I don't know if I have them.
If somebody comes on your live and says something stupid, then
I
make
kick
it
them
so,
beyond the wall.
time them out.
I cast them out of Westeros.
That's it.
But I actually like the wildlings more. So really, I'd rather kick them off the island. I think instead of beyond the wall, you're now cast out to the sea with all the sharks and the giant squid that molest your mind with their astral projections. Do you think that? Have you seen the red sprites?
No.
Google red sprites when you have a chance. There are these giant. Have you seen those videos of the giant jellyfish with the really, really long things, and they look like praying mantises, almost like the insectoid weird squid things at the bottom of the ocean?
No.
That are like giant, like bigger than anything, like skyscraper size. They're a skyscraper size squid.
Yeah. Big squids.
But they don't look like squid. They look like aliens. And there are things in the sky now that are red, that glow above thunderstorms. And they've only showed up in the past year, and they're calling them red sprites. But they look just like the underground things, and they float just like the underground things, but they're literally in the sky above snowstorms.
Some of those are depicted on some of the Native American, especially from the like Arizona or Utah, where they show something on a rock that looks like a jellyfish.
They also
which is really strange. So
they say that the tradition, the story of the Mississippi River, I think, or not the Mississippi. There's this big river in Ohio, I think, and the story of the people there is that the last mammoth they ever hunted, when it was fleeing, its footprints made what became that river. Like when it was dragging, trying to escape, and it was dragging through the dirt and the mud to get away. They said that was the foundation of. But they didn't call it a mammoth. They called it the greatest bear.
Oh wow.
So apparently there was a giant bear that there was a battle with, that the entire forest came together, and then it went extinct. And then they have a really cool story. They have a bunch of really cool stories. But other than the fact that my life keeps revolving around indigenous people, and I sort of only get along with the indigenous people, like, do you know the Keyhoes are indigenous, Irish? Like, Alex Kehoe is Abenaki. So they kept, my life keeps revolving around him. And I remember like big points in my life. I'm always around feathers. And then I put all those feathers in my hair on the 4th of July. And then the way my music shifted alone when I would drive around all day, I was always looking for this type of style that I'd never seen before. And I thought that the world had never seen it. And then in 2024, I found round dance music, and the feeling that I was looking for in the songs that I could never find was the harmonies of the round dance singing. Like all my songs, I was trying to get to there, and then I found it. And then that's when I started having these big spiritual experiences in Vivek's cabin. And then while that was happening, I was getting videos on my phone talking about indigenous teachings, and they were helping. The advice that I was looking for everywhere, trying to disprove my schizophrenia, all the things that I was having trouble understanding, is like the first thing that they explain when you watch indigenous Navajo teachings. And they explain it so much better than science.
I like Native American teachings.
And then when I had mastered the teaching after Vivek's cabin, I walked down the street and I looked down randomly, and there was just that coin with the Native American head on it, with the headdress. So I spent 6 months learning from the indigenous teachings and feeling more at home than I'd ever felt in my life, making music that's better than I've ever made, like in alignment and happy in the woods, where I could finally be myself. And I realized most of it was made up, like all this mental illness, all the stigma, all the things people called me weird. Like that hat you gave me, that circular hat, is a style. It's a style derived from the old indigenous hats. And then the checkerboard stripe is Masonic for 11/11, and I'm born on the 11th. So that's what that checkerboard is, black and white, or 11/11, and I'm born on the 11th. But it's also like the English cop, and my grandfather was an English-Irish cop. So that hat was very symbolic, and it was a one of one. And you know who took it? Guess who stole my hat?
Who?
Who do you think?
I don't know.
Who's like the first thought that comes to your head? Who do you think stole my hat?
I have no idea.
Owen Mulligan stole my hat.
He did?
Yeah, and then he raped a 15-year-old in Tucson. You can't sleep with a 14-year-old legally, so it's considered rape. And Owen Mulligan started dating a 14-year-old kid in Tucson, Arizona. And Owen Mulligan came to my tent holding his gun, and he stood above my tent and just sat there breathing heavy.
Oh, shit.
At like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I just sat there. And then I waited for him to leave, and I said, "Don't ever come back to my fucking tent again." And then I caught him watching high schoolers get drunk at Oakledge and just sitting in his car, peeping out the window, watching them make out in the woods. Yeah. So we broke his tail light and he left. And he never came. I smashed it with a hammer. So that guy was very traumatic, and it was terrible to experience, and I hated living with him. So, and I told you guys about that he was a pedophile, that he had raped somebody and admitted to raping a kid, and that he also had a gun and was very bad to me. Why did you guys continue having him on Facebook, and every time he posted, Melissa was in his comment section?
I try to tell her, and I unfriended him.
Okay.
And I don't comment, so.
I thought she was meat riding because she thinks he's rich.
No.
I was like, I thought that if Melissa, she's being supportive to him because he's writing a book, and he was a famous author and movie producer. So I was like, maybe Melissa's like, maybe he'll send me money if I'm nice to him. Because I've texted her over and over and over. One phone is at 1%. The phone's going to die soon. I don't have 2 chargers. Okay. Jamie Mackey. Okay. Where'd you go? Bitch. She's taking a shit. My mommy attacked me for an hour. And then we settled into this. The phone's gonna die.
Alright, talk again.
Alright, love you. She can just pop in here. Like a fellow once said. Ain't that a kicking love? Yeah. I'm looking for love. Can't smoke during the day. No, they're already vacuuming and shit. It's at 3%. I'm glad I naively smoke in the bathroom thinking that the fan is going to take it up. And then it doesn't. And then the whole hallway smells stale. And that makes the guy mad. But it's not just me. So let's see what's on the TV. I don't know. What do I want to do? I was going to open the phone and say, I'm here to save the world. And I was going to get everybody to work. But I called my mama instead. And the fact of the matter is, we're both crazy. But her crazy attacks mine. So imagine if I had to employ people. That's what we can do, guys. Let me see if it's Lynn. Where's my other phone, bitch? That smells like smoke. Let me ask her in a minute. I'm gonna ask afterwards. I want to smoke a Marlin, man. No, they just take one hit. But it means I can take mine. Yeah. Yo. Yo, bro. You asked me if I had cigarettes, if you want one. You still want them? I got tobacco. I can give you a couple. Can you tell?
Well, your room done?
No, I got it. But when you're done here, talk to me about something.
What?
I need to talk to you about something. When you're done.
Yeah, wait a second.
Yeah.
I'm done here.
I don't know. It doesn't have to be now. You can't hear me.
Is that like you behind the screen there?
Alright. got some tobacco and tubes I'll give him.
It works good when it works.
Where the fuck was my charger at too?
Hey, I'm right there. I'm going out the door. Stop. Casey.
Yo. Is that me or you?
Hello? Right here. Want your room vacuum? Okay, cool. I would, but I'm working a 12-hour shift. Yep, and tomorrow I have off, so. 10 o'clock tonight or 11. But you can come see me anytime. There's 5 minutes at the desk.
I love my life.
Everybody else goes out for a smoke break.
Am I allowed to give them this?
Right. Okay. That's what I mean. We can just hang out for a minute and leave the vacuum by the door.
Are you trying to? Are you able?
Put it in writing. Put it in writing on a 3x3 piece of paper or something like that. Stick it at the desk. Room number, your name.
If you want to vacuum my room.
Okay. I'll be in with them on. Okay, sounds good. So, write it on a piece of paper. And when I come to your room, I'll grab it. Right? I'm sorry. That's all. If I didn't say anything about it.
Shit's a mess.
Alright, I'm gonna start the vacuum right now. I'll talk to you soon. I'm right next door. I'm right next door.
Then you popped up on my Facebook. Was somebody really mad at Lynn on Facebook?
That's all I got for you, bud. And that penny. Please, thank you. I'll get it broom so we can use the bathroom.
I thought we wanted to do on Facebook. Somebody saying you stole the car.
Yep, I did. The red one outside.
I mean, they're going to be looking for you. They know you're here.
I don't care. I know they do. It's not a stolen car. It's a wrong car.
Alright.
So is Ron saying it?
No, it's a girl.
Yeah.
No, it's a doctor's appointment.
Yep. He stole the car from him. He was supposed to come back and give it to him, but never came back with it. Alright, will you move that stuff? I don't care. I already seen it.
Alright, cool. This item,
Yeah.
this Ron had a fight.
Yeah.
Alright.
He's mad at me right now, so I won't give it to him. He says it's not registered.
I'll take it.
They won't give the key, so he's mad at me. I don't care. Tough love.
If
Push that backwards.
there's a way, I was saying I would take it and put it in Randolph.
Yeah.
I figured you can move it to a good place.
No, I'm not giving him the key. I'll give the key to the goddamn cops. I don't care. He's not driving it. Can you move that over just a little bit so I can get in there? Get it over this way. Over this way.
That was like shit.
People feel good when their room's clean.
Yeah.
So if you just go accordingly, moving stuff out of my way, we'll be fucking on track. Okay? Alright, just put it back down there then. Wherever you have the most food, that's where that goes.
I had roaches. I killed them and left them, and the roaches never came back.
Yep, it could be to the garbage truck.
Yeah.
So let's try and keep that up, okay? Whether I gotta do it for you or not.
No, I just didn't know when the monster was.
Or you walk by it every night.
I saw the big one, but it said I couldn't put the stuff in.
Let's push this back a tiny bit. A little bit. Nope, bottom. Good. Oh, you got that paper?
Do you want me to comment on that Facebook page?
Go ahead.
Lynn's a great person. I don't think she did it.
No! Just say that, I brought the car back to the rightful owner. I did the right thing. You're the one that stole it from him.
Okay.
Now it's back in his possession.
Does he have like a disability or something?
Cool.
Ron.
Oh yeah, he can't drive because he's got to do a test first. I don't care if he's mad at me today. He'll thank me in the end.
I'm on the phone with my mom.
But that's that girl that's doing that. Because I took the car back from her and left her at South Rome. Oh, you're soft. You're soft in the chair.
And then what's the deal with all like sheets? What's the deal with sheets? Do I have to?
I'll make some more.
Okay, so they're not trying to
What about your door?
come outside my door.
Bring down the laundry room. That's one better. Put me in front of the door.
Right now or later?
Whatever.
Okay, I'll do it later.
I do it now because, well, no, you're going to be laying down there.
Alright.
Well, it's 90% better.
Yeah, I did.
Okay? How's your day going?
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold it.
Yeah. Let me ask you something real quick. Okay. Real quick. I smell smoke all the time.
Cigarettes?
Yeah, every time I walk in the hallway, it smells.
As long as they you. Don't about it.
I mean, if I ran the shower.
Listen. Take a towel. Put it under the door.
Okay.
Okay? Go in the bathroom. Door shut.
Alright, cool. I'll write the laundry down.
Oh, I gotta unplug this.
Alright. Could I get extra towels?
Not sure. Keep your towels if they're not that dirty
Okay, I just got
until we get you more.
Okay,
Don't ever give your towels up until you get more,
okay,
unless they're too bad you can't use them.
okay.
Okay? You haven't had a power outage yet, right?
Not since I moved the microwave. But Ken does not like that I put it in here.
I don't care what he does.
Okay.
Then what you do is put it over in the corner.
Okay.
Put it right there or put it over in the corner.
Alright.
Okay?
Yep.
There you go. Not on the same circuit. I'll be back with the broom sometime.
Alright, where's the laundry room?
Down by my room? Where are we? Okay, my room's right here. I don't know.
Alright.
Downstairs.
Let me get my key card.
Yeah.
Let me get my key card. But yeah, my little brother died. It's alright. Yeah. He's at peace. She said he's at peace. She said he's at peace. He's at peace at work. Are you gonna be here? My key card.
No worries. Yeah, I'll be right here.
I mean, I don't want to close it.
Just lock it.
I
Lock the door.
don't want to lock it if I can't get in. Oh, that's what it is?
Now it won't shut.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Not going anywhere. I'm doing this before.
All right. A lot of mental illnesses. Lack of being around the right people. If you can be yourself around people, you're gonna have these distortions. You're gonna have these crossed wires that will result in mental illness elsewhere. That's the rest of people that don't have anyone that can talk to me. I didn't unravel that sheet to see if there's anything in there. It's cold as hell. I love when it smells like teen spirit. Shit. You got meals and stuff. Like a crow right to left. A crow serendipitously outside my window. Oh, there's the fucking trash cans. I didn't see them because of the snow. Now that the snowstorm has stopped, the plow has gone in and gotten the dumpsters free. Was I sitting there? I'm a retard. I'm a retard. Three little birds outside my window, and they told me I don't need to worry. Outside my window, and they told me I don't need to worry. A towelette. A towelette. Locked it. I fucking locked it, bitch. What the fuck you mean, bitch? You better work, bitch. God. Aquarians can be very emasculating when you love them. You love them, Bob? You got $1, Bob? Has anyone got $1? Panhandle strings? Panhandle strings for a guitar? You got $1, Bob? You got $1, Bob? You got $1, Bob? Let me know, you got $1? Anyone have $1, Bob? You got $1? A Benjamin Greenback. I'm in the Squid Game. Want to see my progress? I'm eating a lot of carbs. I've got like 2 pounds of poop on me. But you got $1, Bob? Alright, how's everyone doing? How would you? Is everyone doing what they should be doing? You know what I've noticed? At least my body is a completely different person than all the things that I think about all the time. And I found in my journey that the indoor version of myself and the outdoor version of myself are very different. And there's a level of motivation that indoor people need because of their ability to live in that delusional bubble that comes from living in comfort. It's almost like a completely separate person. So when I'm doing push-ups and I'm doing all this, I can feel some other Casey fighting with who I was, which was just, I'm going to go off and do this, I'm going to go do that, I'm going to go do this. Now when I'm indoors, it's like I have to think about doing it, and then I live in that movie alongside me. Almost like humans are like monkeys with an added connection. Which is why I think everybody tells you to push to failure and how essential it is to like run 50 miles. You can get the same thing from living outside and being traumatized. Like they're trying to turn it, they're trying to quantify with their bodybuilding the state of consciousness that you get from not being indoors. That's why it's blown up in cities like Bradley Martin and all these people, and why bodybuilding took off. It's because that's the only way for them to feel like this. I don't know if Bradley Martin and these bodybuilders even know that this exists. I just heard they don't. I saw it come through the window into my head. Bob, you got $1? And that state is easily lost. Because it requires you to be free from responsibilities and not have a place to go. Bob, you got $1? Bob? Type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat if you feel. If you're picking up what I'm talking about. With Andrew Tate's millions of dollars, billions and billions of dollars, but he's on the internet doing crypto for 10 years. Do you think Andrew Tate has access? Maybe he has more access because I didn't have the freedom. Do you think Andrew Tate, some of his videos are AI? He has the money to create Marvel movies. In Marvel movies, they're CGIing entire characters and you have no idea. With billions of dollars going through the entertainment industry,
half these people might not even be real. Head rush. You know why they gave me this room? Is it pointed at my face or no? It's not. Look. This comes right into my room. It smells like tons of toxic chemicals that come right in. That's why they gave me this room. Because nobody wants this room. And they can hear me. This whole conversation, that camera's got a good microphone. So they sit in and listen to these conversations when the window's open. Or at least they have the ability to. And the camera makes noise. And it lights up on their screen when there's noise. So they see this camera and they see the noise and they're like, what's that? And then they hear me going, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Type a 1 in the chat. I've been doing ab workout, so it's pushing all my poop. Big poopy. Oh my god, I feel sick. I think a big issue I have is ADHD from overstimulation and not enough. Like, I've been on screens my entire day pretty much for like 5 or 6 years now. I used to go to school and have friends, and we didn't use the phone as much. Now I live on the phone, so I don't think that I don't think if I went into any mental health assessment place, they would be able to have an accurate idea of what's going on with me, because I don't even have the ability to focus. Like, maybe, especially when you're a thinker like me that thinks about all this stuff that people don't think about. Even though I have testimonies from tons of people that think the same way I do, that are in different, like, lawyers, doctors, community action programs, homeless people, kids, lots of kids feel the way I feel about energy. There's probably a lot of people that are being misdiagnosed with things because they're not able to articulate or understand what's happening to them because the information is not available. But in the streets believe in magic. They do voodoo. They do voodoo. Now what do I do? I'm tired. I haven't slept. I sleep for like 4 hours at a time. Loneliness is how they sneak into your impulses. Like, if you noticed the start of my mom and I's conversation towards the end, there was a lot of processing the stuff that was built up in isolation. That's why she was impulsively contradicting her own beliefs, where she would try to shame me for something, attack me with it, and then she'd pause for a second, and she'd go, well, and then she would say exactly what I did that she was mad about. She did the exact same thing. But there was nothing wrong with what she did. It came to her head to share that with me. For a reason. But I mean, this was the first time we actually got through. That was the most productive conversation I've ever had with my mom in my life. I would say that it was detrimental for me, but maybe the fact is that maybe you shouldn't try to control it so much, and that life is constantly changing. And I think that a big thing that I've learned is the grounded strength to not feel like I'm losing it forever. Because that's how I felt. Like when people would be draining or conversations would be draining, I would feel like my life was over. And I'd have to keep going and restart. Now it's like I'm more comfortable in the constant change, that I'm able to keep moving and not lose myself as much. I've just grown. And I'm really proud of that. It is 2:53. We'll go to 3 hours. And then we'll pack it up, put all my stuff, clean it. Let's clean right now. We'll see who pops in. Because I'm going to need to rejuvenate and get back into my body. But it is crazy. That whole conversation, normal people would probably call insane. That was like an insanely autistic, that was a very autistic conversation. From two people that are very lonely. But there's value in that, and I think that everyone has something that they can offer. And people like John Wilmerding, who the fuck? Robbie girl? Is your name Robbie? Do you rob? Or are you Robbie's girl? You're a Robbie girl? She said yes. Fuck. What's up, Robbie? What's up, Coop? You're a girl. LOL. How old are you, Robbie? I want to know if you're in school, because I want to know what school is like. Boone, I know you're probably... Boone is... Listen to that whole convo with your mom was wild. Dude, you should have seen it in 2017. Very old, not in school. Well, damn. Sorry, Boone. Or whatever your name. I forgot what Boone's name is. I forgot Boone's real name. If it is Cooper or not. It's probably Coop. Boone. Booper. Booperlin. It is Booper. Booperlin. Oh, so we met Boop when we met Lynn. Isn't that crazy? Get out! Get all this fat off me! No. Guys, am I a boomer? Is Casey a boomer? What the fuck is this? Alright. No, I don't. You didn't even spell my name right. What do you mean I know you? Who are you? Do I know you in person? Have we met in real life? Not personally. Okay, I've met you before. I know Robbie from previous live streams. Well, how'd you like the journey, Robbie? This is your other. Oh. Who's your other account? Is it Loca? Are you Loca? It is Loca. I knew it was Loca. I knew it was you, Loca. I'm a psychic. I'm like Sean Spencer. I'm like Sean Spencer with actual Sean Spencer powers. All right. Well, Lynn says my brother is at peace. So that makes me feel better. What am I doing? I'm putting my furniture away. I put all my stuff on the bed. What are you doing when 3 little monkeys jump on your bed? Where were you? Where were you when the monkeys were jumping on the bed? Where was those monkeys' mother and father? Where were those monkeys' parents when they were jumping on the bed? Who put monkeys around a bed in the first place? They should be in jail. No. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm on these Facebook groups too long. It's getting to me. My brain is off. My brain is not working. It's the 22nd. Should we see what's on TV? No, I said I'd give it a couple more minutes. Didn't want to interrupt. You're good. I was trying to figure out how were you guys able to hear the entire thing? Everything my mama said? That's what I wanted to know. I was trying to ask Boom, but I didn't want to interrupt my mom to ask if everyone could hear her. I didn't want to stress her out. Pretty much. Cool. I'm sure she would love an edit. I'm sure this would be a great video. I don't know. I thought that clean dreaming Sebulba Ethan. Instead of slimy scheming, we have clean dreaming Sebulba Ethan. He said that he was making a Casey video, and Westy also said he was making a Casey video, but then nobody, for like, I think a week straight, nobody used the Discord. So I was like, I thought we were saving the world, guys. What happened? And then they started playing World of Warcraft and ignoring me. So I said, what the fuck am I doing? They chose wrong. So I removed them from Windows. I kicked them off the Irish island, and they can go sit in their boat and play World of Warcraft. Don't want to talk about my mom, but I understand you better now. Yeah. It used to be bad. We used to live in the Matrix. Imagine how it was before the Great Awakening, before we even had any idea about personal sovereignty and that we were influenced by our traumas and that how to not react impulsively. I don't remember me putting my hand on my mom and attacking her. She said that I put my hand around her neck. I remember that I wanted her car. I was really mad because the big cycle before this one, back when I was in Brattleboro, was that my parents had things that I really needed. Like, you know, Casey. Casey's got a lot of missions. He's got a lot of things he wants to do in life, but he never has the resources available to do so. And then when he does have the resources available, it's almost like he gets possessed and somehow the money gets blown on random shit that makes no sense because he panics and then buys things he doesn't need. And then suddenly when the money's gone, he comes back to life. Like back when I was making $100 a week. Back when Casey was making $100 a week, somehow those $100 never made it to the next week. And the only thing around Casey was McDonald's. But a Big Mac only costs $5 and a drink costs $1.50. So $7 for 7 days is only $50. So somehow I lost $50 every week. And I think that it was because on the weekends I was buying pizzas that cost like $10 each, plus delivery fees on DoorDash. And that was because Casey did not want to go all the way down and take the bus or walk 3 miles. It was more than 3 miles. It was 5 miles, and then one was downhill and one was uphill. And I was also just going through a lot. So I would walk all the way down to McDonald's, get my burgers and my drink, and I would come back and I'd watch videos. And it was a great time in my life. But I know that I would have been happier if I didn't eat at all and I starved. And I would have had abs and been buff and been more productive in life. But it just felt, really it was the guy, remember the guy with the Bearcat in the box truck, that it felt like every time I had a thought, it would get him so mad he'd come try to steal it from me. And when eventually, when it wore me down because of all the other things, like the people overdosing and the guys that were jerking off in their cars next to me, and a couple of them were staring at me while they were doing it. And so I would like wake up and look in the window, and there's a guy in his car staring in the window at me asleep, jerking off. That happened to me multiple times. And I would feel him there, like I felt him pull up, and I felt him, my energy was, somebody was trying to take it from me. And then I'd look, and the guy that was trying to take it from me in my mind was jerking off. And then Ed in the box truck was trying to steal my energy. Really, I really felt it. And when I would gain my power back, he would get violent and aggressive, screaming and trying to get me. When he had successfully stolen it from me, a guy walked up to him with his dick out and started jerking off and trying to get him to suck his dick. I don't know. But I know I was trying to make an album called Bearcat. I loved betarongs, which is a type of animal in the East that they call bearcats. And I wanted one. So I made my album called Bearcat, because also bearcats are cool. They look like crackhead cat bears. And I was homeless, and they also, Bearcat, like, the year of the bear, and I'm a fire cat. 2024 was a year of bears that I decided, and then look at all the bears. LJ Muskwa is the biggest indigenous content creator. Mukwa is bear, so his name is Smelly Bear. That's what he chose his name to be. And he's a chief. He's a chief of somewhere up in Ottawa, but he's also a stand-up comedian and worked at an oil rig and did a lot of things for his res. Because there's no cops out there on the res. And he's a huge buff hockey player, fighter. So he was doing stand-up comedy, making comedy skits. He was writing TV shows with puppets. He did little puppet shows, and he bought his own puppets. He's the biggest indigenous content creator, and he blew up in the Bearcats, in the bear year. And also, I took a break from social media because I used to post bear memes on Instagram for months. I would post memes, and I had a following of like 300 people that would check my story every day to look at my memes. And I would throw in videos of bears. And then I took a break for a week and came back. And then the bear meme, would you rather find a bear or a man in the woods? And the girls wanted the bear. I took a break and lived in the woods. Came back, the meme blew up. Would you rather have a bear or a man that you find in the woods? They said the bear. I've been fucking up a lot. In the video original songs too, I didn't know my phone had stopped recording, and I went on for another 30 minutes, and it was probably like an amazing performance. It was great. All my best work that I've ever made, I think, my best performances have been when I think that like it never gets recorded. So it's literally just between me and God. Like I had a huge one time I walked around a lake when I went to visit Brattleboro, and I went out to the lake and I just walked in circles performing. It was the best. And then I went out in the woods once to practice because I was going to go on stage. So I practiced how I was going to perform. And then I never did. So I'm really hoping that somehow those moments aren't just gone forever. Like if I forget them in 10 years, I hope that it was recorded. I hope that our brains are like biological supercomputers, and every instance is recorded in the Akashic records or the cloud forever. And that when people die or people meditate, they can be in the trees and they can look through the eyes of the squirrels and the crows and see those moments that I wanted to share. But that was the bear year. And then I had the bear chain, and I bought that bear shirt, the fire bear. And then when I lived in the cabin, there was a bear on the other side by the whale's tails. And then the guy who taught me about Cernunnos was named Oak Bear. And that was last year. I learned about events that you can go to in Ireland where they do druid festivals where they meet Cernunnos. And he comes to them. They all see him. He told me about it. He said that they do the altar ritual. Everybody's there. They do the drum circles. They do the whole thing. It's like hundreds of people. And then Cernunnos comes through from the forest, and it gets in everybody. Like a wet t-shirt contest, but with consciousness. Or like a demonic pagan ritual like Bohemian Grove. With a different god, the owl god Moloch, that when I was really researching deep in the woods at night, an owl used to come into right above me in the cabin, and it would hoot, and then I would feel this darkness. Yo. I got these. I've got like 3 of these. Oh, they're different levels of charcoal though. It's fine. It's alright. I got colored pencils. I'm not trying to give up, but I got a bunch of charcoal pencils. Let me see if these fit into the tubes. I'll roll my own tube. fit? Yeah, they fit perfect. These are actually better than what I was using. These are better than what I was using. Oh, you're good. Loca. Loca. Bears. What other bears? More bears. Bears all day. There was more big things around bears. I think that Drake wore the teddy bear outfit that blew up and made him whatever. What's more instances of bears? I mean, Kendrick embraced his indigenous culture, his indigenous background, and because he defeated Drake in battle, that's why he put the feather on his hat when he performed at the Super Bowl. Because the indigenous, every feather on that headdress is an honorable, brave victory that the person had, an achievement in their life. Is a feather on each of those headdresses. So when you make those headdresses, you had to have your tribe have these events that you did. So each feather of the headdress would be your merit, and it was taken very seriously. So when you see these old pictures, not necessarily now, but old back in the day, and you saw a guy in a full headdress, that's fucking terrifying. That's a guy that has done a lot of stuff. That's not like you successfully speared a fish from across a field. That's like you went into a guy's camp, and not only did you went into the enemy colonizer camp, but you successfully defeated like 7 people. And if 2 of them took like a lot, if you were interested in this stuff, I'd rather you go and find videos on your own and hear how they say it, because I feel like they're woven different, because they have a greater sense of knowledge and teaching from passed down, like the Navajo elder, and the way he talks, and it's a different experience than hearing me talk about it. So I'd rather save it for them to like give you all the details. You know what I'm saying? I gave that guy a shit ton of tobacco and a bunch of papers. They have a Roku TV. I don't know what I'm doing the next month. The universe had been pushing, or God had been pushing me to work really, really hard a month ago, just for 2 weeks, to buy a car. And I didn't know why. I was like, yeah, I know I need it, but like, for what? Now I need that car to spend time in Brattleboro. So I've been looking into what the goal is of each season. Do I need a little? I can always use Loca. If you can't, don't. If you can, great. I did ask, but my mom paid for the bus tickets with the money so Larry sent me 10, and then my mom sent me the rest, which was good. So I have exactly enough to get there and back right now. So I have to buy those tickets. I'm gonna have to stay with one of them. I don't know where I'm gonna stay when I get there, but I'm gonna be down there for a couple days, and then I'll buy a ticket and come back. Okay. I have 20 cash, and I've been trying to get there's something on the internet I'm really trying to buy. And I just want to make sure that it's indigenous. And I want to make sure that if I'm getting this thing, it would be a very important milestone in my journey, like a guitar. So I want to make sure when I buy it, because I'm gonna want one of those, either one of those or a guitar, and probably both. I want to make sure that it's authentic and it's good. And I've thought about reaching out to indigenous tribes. Also, another tell about the indigenous is that all the Abenaki here, this curved nose that goes up like this, that's from Abenaki. So when my mom said that there's northern New York and Quebec, the indigenous people are the ones that have the button noses that go up that my mom and I have. And then the Irish people are the ones with the noses that go down and straight like my dad has. But I guess I'm also German. I guess I'm very German and Romanian. I don't know anything about German people. I know they go Hagenashamasha, but I know those people were originally the Celts, and the Celts we don't know anything about because Rome destroyed them. But we know that they had blue tattoos. We don't want to give the DNA to these corporations because people are buying that genetic information from them for some reason. For some reason, Elon Musk, I think, Elon bought all of our DNA. Everyone that's ever done like Ancestry.com, he bought the company, I think, and now has access to everybody's DNA for whatever reason, whether it's to make microchips to control us. Yeah. So I didn't want to give my DNA out. Even though the government has it, they probably have had it since I was born. I don't want to give that away right away. But I'll tell you that the sun and letting go of the outcome where anything could happen and learning how to enjoy the present moment and learning more how to speak into existence different things and guide your own narrative, being more in control of yourself and have that back and forth. Listening to music, doing breathing exercises, taking Epsom salt baths, letting go of food as a crutch. So like prolonging your meals to let yourself be hungry because that's when your body is repairing. That's how you can repair your DNA. And I think that for someone to want to get a hold of your DNA information, he would be trying to control in mass all the different genetic structures so that they know how to manipulate that better, whether it's for good or bad. These people are technocratic breakaway civilizations, which means that they want to enhance humans and evolve us into the next version. Because if we started from monkeys, we're going to robots, or we're going to something else. So I don't know exactly what that means, but I know Aquarius is technology. So in the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces is about belief systems and creativity. The age of Aquarius is omnipotence and technology. Like The age of Pisces is you can believe what you want. You're shrouded in darkness and swimming through density where everything's vivid, and you're separated in the waters by your beliefs, and your hopes are what guide you towards Aquarius, which is why dreaming and creating music, but there was so much division. Is gone, and you're all a part of the same thing. You're all breathing the same air. You're not in a dense, watery thing only separated by your beliefs. You're completely detached from the earth, going to heaven, or being cast into the lake of fire, or in the TV show The 100, where the earth was no longer habitable, so people went to a technological, exalted, heavenly space on the space station, the Utopia, completely technologically, like the movie Up, or WALL-E, or whatever it is, WALL-E. That's the age of Aquarius. So maybe getting cast into the lake of fire, it seems like that's probably global warming and volcanic eruptions, because a cast is what's put over you. So when you're cast into the lake of fire, either you're cast as in cast in a movie, or casting a spell. You're forced to be in something that's hot, a lake of fire. I don't know if that's lava. I don't know if that's the energy gets so heightened that everything melts away. I don't know if it's that the air from the age of Aquarius gets so hot that it's no longer, you cook alive like a microwave. It could be a solar flare. It could be a nuke. Like, how would you describe a nuke if you didn't want, like, if you were something from the future coming back to tell humanity about what's going to happen in the age of Aquarius in Revelations, and you wanted to warn people through the Bible by continuously communicating, but you didn't want to reveal everything? You'd have to speak in metaphors. Like, if you described a nuke to early Christians and they wrote down these nukes, that might accidentally influence it the wrong way to not let humanity evolve from sticks and stones to nukes. They might have made it 1,000 years ago, or it might have changed something. I'm not sure. I don't know what the lake of fire is, but I know that they give you instructions on how to not be cast into that. You know what I'm saying? I know that being sedentary is the worst possible thing for anyone. Like, when I lose focus, like, I know when I leave this, I'm gonna go watch Smosh. I'm gonna go watch Smosh play Resident Evil, and I'm gonna watch these 30-year-olds the song by Jesse Wells just popped into my head, in Why Don't You Love Me? And he said, is the devil a god or is the devil a man? I think the devil's a painting that we don't understand. I think that hell, if everything's happening in the present moment, hell is probably a state of being, where when you're cast down to hell and forced to suffer until... Was there a way out of hell? I think demons are real. I don't know. They're different. I don't know if they're the same thing that is expressing itself differently. I don't know if it's electronic harassment. I don't know if it's one entity coming to me in different ways. But it seems like when they say frequency, you can change your frequency and tune yourself to different realms. And I think that sometimes I tune myself to a realm where I'm able to see things that I wasn't normally able to. Like some days I am really trapped in impulsive thoughts, and the impulsive thoughts is guiding me towards things. And I notice as we're going through life, the things that used to really get me, I'm able to see what those things are now. In the past, it would just be a thought, and I would hear the thought, and I'd be like, why do I keep thinking this? Why do I keep thinking this? Now, before I get the thought, at least because we're in Aquarius season. So I think maybe in Aquarius season, it was easier to see the truth. They look like night crawlers, and then some of them look like these little fairies. And they don't tell me nice things. There's one that usually comes out, like they told you about how you have a demon or an angel on your right shoulder and a demon on your left shoulder, or the other way around. I definitely have a little that comes to me in different ways and just treats me like shit. And then I have one that's extremely supportive. Never says anything bad. And we have a guy that was gang stalked that knows a lot of stuff. And we had no issue with him ever like going anywhere, doing anything. But he had made a change in his life. He said that I inspired him to get a gym membership, get a job, save his money, do better things for his life. And I kept telling him that I'm begging him, please syndicate what you know so that it's easy for me and other people to digest and understand. Because I know that you spend a lot of your time, you're able to articulate it well. You know what you're talking about with gang stalking and technological oppression and enslavement and the things that people aren't ready to admit, like an artificial intelligence that might already be interwoven in our human flower of life. And then he said he was going to start, and then he disappeared. And every now and then I get a notification for an old channel that talks like I talk, that was going out in public and recording gang stalking. And he was showing off the same behavior that I show off with the subtle tells, because they're channeling a thread into the environment and they're working with energies. It was a guy that was showing that off a way that I do, and he went missing. Where it was like he made this best video he's ever made, and then he disappears. He disappeared. He got onto something too much. So I'm worried about some of the people that come on here because I'm watching them go missing. And all this, the versions of me I feel like I've created, all the different stuff that I was storing, where I feel like it gets taken from me when I sleep. And then I am seeing random characters that I've never met before walk around and talk like the person that I lost. But I also feel like maybe that's a sense of mitosis. I'm literally, these are hollow, empty people. And I came in and I might be building them. So this might have been the best way to spread my influence. But I don't ever feel like I'm taking from them. It feels like they more like people take away my string, and when I go to play it, they start playing. but they're not taking it from me. It's just I lost control of the string. And then when I try to take it back, the guy that I feel takes it gets violent with me. And that happens a lot. Isn't it really cool, though, that I found this? Because I didn't know what to do with this. I wanted to evolve it. I wanted to add a second set of wings last year, and then now I think I want to put like bear claws or something. I want a tattoo for John Michael now. I want to do right by him. I want to give him the closure that he never got. I looked today. I've got 1,000 beats from the past 3 years. I have 1,000 beats that I was just waiting for John Michael to ask to make music with me, because he's never asked to make music with me. He's asked to go he asked to go in my studio. He never asked to make a song with me. Sometimes he wanted to work on a beat together, but he never wanted a Casey feature. He thought I was a talented artist. He told me at the end that he was happy with my growth and he was impressed by how far I've come. Because John Michael met me after 2019. He never got to see the Casanova that was getting bitches and hanging at Dakota's house. A lot of people haven't really seen me. Like, what's great about those instances is that the best parts of myself that I feel like I lost, it's impossible for me to recreate that with somebody else. So all these different girls that got to experience the Casey that I'm like, you guys don't know how great I was. Like, and I loved love and relationships and building relationships and making people laugh and taking girls away from their lives and showing them an adventure. It's more valuable to them now that I lost it. Because now that's something that they have that I can't recreate elsewhere. It'll be different. Like Chloe and Garrett and Danielle and Amaya and Deanna and Zoe and Callie, Catherine, Emily, Chandra, Allura. Sure. The point was they all got to see a different version of me because I'm Sagittarius, constantly recycling and becoming anew, the Phoenix. Which is why it's so detrimental to have people that try to plaster me with a label, because I changed a lot. I have a cat who I raised like a son. So I had a cat, and this was with Chloe after I was living in the shelter. Chloe got me a cat. And but we went to actually Allura's house, and it's a trap house. They smoke crack. They do drugs. Place was trashy. It smelled bad. All this stuff. And they had a litter in the middle of the room. They had a litter of cats, and they were all breastfeeding from the mom. And Chloe brought me in, and we looked at all the cats, and all the kittens, because they were newborns, were doing kitten things, like just falling around, piling over each other to get to the teat, and then off to the side, sitting there, and just like looking at everything, looking around at everybody, analyzing, confused, curious. And then it looked at me, and it made eye contact with me. Like, and then it looked at Chloe. It walked up to Chloe, and it pretended to be a kitten. It did what the other kittens were doing that she liked about the kittens. It watched her with the kittens, and then it went up and did, like pickup artistry. He gamed my girlfriend. And then every time she was like, oh my God, he would look at me and like, yeah. And then he'd go do it. So I took him, and I felt like naming him Mark Clark, the king, the heir to the Targaryen throne. Mark Clark, Marcus Clarkus, Mark Targaryen Clark, and I basically decided I knew that the cat was as smart as I was. It felt like he was an extension of me. Like, that's my familiar. That's my soul partner. Whatever we had, it seemed like everybody else in the room was retarded and not on this earth and living in delusion in their own little worlds. And which I still feel like the entire people are. Like, everyone I talk to, there's just something that they don't have that I have, that occasionally I see like a YouTube video and I see somebody a little bit close to what I'm talking about. And those are like just random people in the streets. And sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back. It takes a lot of work to get to that level I'm talking about because of my traumas and probably AI and electromagnetic harassment, spiritual rape. But Mark had it. So I raised him like a son. I would bring him to my friends' houses when we would smoke weed in Haley's garage. And everyone was there smoking weed. And we all sat in a circle in the garage. And Mark had his own chair. So he would spend half the time exploring through all the mess in their garage. And then he would come and sit on it. He wouldn't sit next to me. But whenever he was ready and we were at a certain state of consciousness where we would be elated and I would be making jokes and everybody's having fun, they were mainly just processing we all had fun. We all made jokes. Caleb was the only guy that was wealthy of all of us. So he had and he played sports and stuff. So he was kind of operating differently, but he was a funny guy. But the rest of us were like Section 8 trauma in the household, suffering abuse as children. Maybe indigenous. It kind of felt it had a little indigenous vibe to it. We had a guy named Makota. We call him Makota. Discrotum. The guy. The nigga. Nigga. And they called me Queso. They called me Queso. Because I would sneak off and I would eat all their snacks. I'd go upstairs and I'd eat the whole snack cabinet and I'd stand there and the grandma would be like, he's high as hell. And I'm like, don't talk to me. And I'm eating like an entire loaf of bread. And sometimes I cooked for them. I did cook like tacos. I did actually cook tacos for them. Coincidentally, I did go there a lot and cook tacos, but that was way after they called me Queso. Which is coincidental. But Mark it was like we would achieve this state of consciousness for real, where we would all be in this realm, like we had all talked and had fun, and then all of a sudden we were in a bubble, in like a vortex. And I noticed it. It didn't seem like anybody else noticed it. It barely felt like any of them were conscious or alive, and it felt like everything was scripted, and I felt like I was connected to the heavens, and I would look up and I would see these patterns in the sky of hashtags, like there were tons of, like a grid system was coming over us, or I was able to see it. I just got triggered. Talking about a grid, because that's a spiritual term. Grid work. And then Mark would activate and he would come sit very proud in a chair and he would just stand there and guide us through it, and nobody knew but me that he was conscious. They were like, look at the cat, but Mark was standing there like a robot spy for a government that was finally ready to be like, are you guys ready to understand that I'm more intelligent than you? In his own Mark language. And then somewhere along the way, he's black with white he's a tuxedo, boots and mittens. So every time my dad sees Mark, he goes, Mark, you're in your formal attire. I'm like, Mark, you dressed up for the occasion. I wish I could remember exactly what he said. Somewhere along the way, we started fucking with Mark, and everything went downhill. I started to mess with him. I started spinning him in circles. I moved into the Abbott block, and we spent months just laying there watching screens. And Mark would sit with me like it was literally his job to just be my best friend, and I was his dad. So Chloe and I would be sitting there, just like she'd lay on my chest, and we would watch TV all day. And Mark would be right here on my other chest, and they're both Geminis. Chloe and Mark are both Geminis. So I had Chloe and Mark, and we would just sit there all day, and I would just daydream and try to get back in my body and remember who I was before 2019. And I didn't like Chloe because she never apologized for things that she did. So I hated her, but I loved her. I loved her for 10 years. I've known Chloe for 10 years now. And she made too many bad decisions. Like, she was a blessing to have, but there was a level of assertiveness I needed that I have now. But it was hard for me to get there then. I had a lot of resistance and not as much understanding, and I didn't have nearly as many badass things that I've done. Like, I could probably have a bunch of feathers on my headdress too. A lot, actually. In this day and age. I mean, not many people have fought to the death. It probably happens all the time in cities. And coincidentally, people are pretty sure that a lot of people of color were actually the indigenous and they were lied to. So it makes sense. I don't want to rob people of their experience when I don't even know what I am or who I am, but I've done a lot of great things. So now I would be I was already a great boyfriend back then, but now there's more I understand about life that would allow me to be a better experience. But I lived with two Geminis, and then Chloe, every time we bought Domino's, they would call her Cleo, which was cool. And I don't remember how I got this Egyptian goddess statue, but the Egyptian goddess statue wound up in my bathroom and in my room. And then Mark would always go and just sit there and look at it. Like, I spent like 24 hours a day with Mark locked in that room, and I noticed that at random times he would just leave hanging out with me, and then he would go worship almost that Egyptian statue, where he'd go into the bathroom and he'd lay down and put his head down in front of it, and he would just sit there, and I was like, I wonder what he's doing. And then sometimes I felt like the draconian matrix, these evil reptile beings would come in and would attack me, and Mark would come in and he would get right here and he would look at whatever I was looking at that I felt was coming at me. I felt him reason with it, and I felt like they were the same being, like the same species, ancient cat people, and it would leave me alone, and I would start, and then Mark would help me come back because he was a Gemini, so he was processing everything, and then he would come back. So the reason Geminis and Sagittarius get along so well is because the river of truth runs through both of them, and that allows them to change so much. The reason that Sagittarius is the firehawk, that motivational, momentous rejuvenation constantly. Geminis are the exact same way, but instead of rejuvenating through passion, they're processing a ton of information. So they experience emotion in a heightened sense. That's why Kendrick said, I'm with the culture feeling, because the Gemini would be the incorporation of it all, whereas a Libra is the balance of it all, and the Aquarius is the overarching narrative from the highest dimension that processes air. And then Sagittarius is like the Aquarius of the fire signs, with this high philosophy, this higher dimensional self. But Sagittarius has this groundedness with the truth, especially during Ophiuchus season, which is the serpent bearer, the wrestler with the truth. So they have the same coding, the same embedded river of truth that allows them to see the world in a sense of fun and difference. Whereas most other people seem to be this concentrated disharmony, always fighting themselves. That's what I'm saying. So it was good to have 2 Geminis during COVID when everything was the most chaotic. We had a sense of order in that apartment that really resonated with people. Scorpios. So my dad has been alone for a long time, and he had 2 African Irish indigenous children with African names, Danielle and Casey. And then 10 years after me, he had 2 black labs, Hugo and Lucy. And he never planned it. Me and Danielle were both accidents. Hugo was somebody else's dog that my dad babysat while he was on yachts for one of the richest families in the world. And then the dog pair bonded with my dad instead of Skip. So Skip was like, it is what it is. I love Hugo, but he's Gary's dog. And then a guy on the other side of the hill, we were on this big hill, the ski mountain is right across the street from us, the entrance to it. And then just a little bit down the road, there was a guy who owned a big motorcycle company, and he was a multi-millionaire, and he lived alone and was a big alcoholic, could never find love. And my dad had spent his whole life trying to be as rich as all his friends. There was a guy that lived my dad's dream life, a guy that owned a motorcycle company. And Peter killed himself because he knew that because of his wealth and his age, he'd never experience true love again. Which isn't true. If he had just held out, maybe he might have had a chance, but I don't think he might have. Who knows if he would have made it to COVID, and then he could have gone to Miami and met a bunch of Dominicans that love freedom, that would have been more inclined to help the white people learn how to party. And maybe he would have found what he was looking for there. But for whatever reason, he shot himself and he left everything to my dad, and then a bunch of sneaky Jews came and took everything from us through loopholes. And then my dad's love, Chrissy, her boyfriend, stole all of our stuff from his storage unit down in New York. And when I talk about God gives me these opportunities, if only I can be so assertive that I literally lead people to battle. My dad had 40 cabins, 4-story barn. If I had been more assertive, I should have been, how come you don't have a motel like the Vintage? Those cabins are a lot nicer than those motel rooms. And you're like, well, we got to find people that work on it. I'm like, why don't you offer them the money that they put into it to fix these things, plus, I don't know, like $20,000, over the course of the next 30 years. So you help me now get this going. You have the potential to make this money when I get it. And regardless, you, as long as this is making money, whatever the percentage of the income is, will go to you, so that no matter what, your kids will get passive income if you help me out. And that's how you would get carpenters to come help out with your cause. Small town stuff. Keeping it Vermont so that the rich people don't do what they did to us and steal all of our land and build Airbnbs on it. So I could have said, hey, Dad, why the fuck is there a storage unit in New York? Why don't you get Uncle Tom to put it up in Burlington? Even if you owe him money, say, I don't want to pay you the money back. I got this blessing. I don't know exactly what to do with it. Let's work together. But I get it. I met Tom. I wouldn't hang out with him all the time. There were things about Tom I didn't really like. He did something I thought was kind of creepy. But I was able to embody my father enough. Because Tom's always been jealous. I don't know, I think Tom is my dad's little brother. Because Tom looked at my dad like John Michael looked at me. There's something in Tom, even at 50, or however old Tom is, that still wanted to make my dad proud. So I think my dad might have been the cool one. Even if Tom is an architect with a wife and kids. Or maybe he doesn't have kids, I don't know. I don't even know if I have a cousin on Tom's side. If that's Steve, I think Steven is my aunt's. I have a cousin, Steven, that's my aunt's son. Which I guess technically they're all heirs to the O'Brien bloodline. But they're not the legend's son. They're fucking Tom who does drama at the high school. My uncle is the head of the drama department at the biggest high school in the state. So he teaches kids how to be creative at a high level. Putting on his own Hollywood. My aunt is a bare knuckle brawler that goes and beats people up on the street in New York. My other uncle married one of the most famous actresses of his time, supposedly. Do you guys know who Joan Hardy is? The actress Joan Hardy. That's my aunt. By marriage. So I have cousins from Joan Hardy. And I met them all because they showed up on a boat and they held a spear on their island in the middle of Saranac Lake. Their big island that's worth millions of dollars. And I stole a canoe and paddled up like an Indian. And they wouldn't let me on the island. And I said, hey, are you guys the Hardys? I said, hello, I'm Gary O'Brien's son. My name's Casey. It's nice to meet you. And I was quiet. I didn't say anything. I just waited to see what they did. And they were proud and they looked kind of angry. They looked very angry with me. So I said, man, you guys look mighty. And then I looked at the guy that was probably my uncle, and he wouldn't look at me in the eyes. But I stared him down. And then I paddled away, and then I just hung out on the lake, so they saw me just hanging out for like an hour and a half. They were sitting on the island, and I just paddled around, listening to the people have fun, just like floating in the canoe. And there was a fisherman nearby. I saw him. I paddled over and saw a bunch of kids playing on the rocks, and I got to see what rich white people are and how they talk, and they were just ordering their girlfriends around the whole time. Get up here, go over here, swim over there. Just ordering them around, and the girls were like, and I could feel it so vividly. I could see their consciousness because it was the year of the water tiger. I could see it because I was in. Their electric frequencies was in the density of the water, so I could pick up on it so much easier than in the wood years. I was really tuned in and really feeling what they were feeling as they were feeling it. And that's how I learned about a lot of life back then. That's why I traveled during the water years. More than the slow trek upward of the wood year. I was driving around everywhere in my car. Those girls, because of the guy's money, they were emitting the frequency of I'm rich and I'm wealthy and I have power and status. And those girls were under the impression of I could be easily replaced. They have a lifestyle that I want to become a part of. So as a woman, I'm obligated to be a type of way. So they were dominating them and kind of ordering them around the whole time for fun. And I think that's what they used to do to slaves and women back then. I think that was the remnant old white wealthy New York culture. And I floated around it in a stolen canoe, taking in the sunlight and maintaining the connection to my connection to sun. Which is why it's so cool that my father ski instructed at Sundance Lodge. I contributed a film to the Sundance Film Festival when I was in high school. And I wanted to name my album Sundance. And then at the very end of the year of the Water Cat, I was at Andrew's garage that saved me from Pittsford when I was stuck in a pit in Pittsford. He towed my car and got it fixed for free. And I lived in a camper called Quest. And then right next door on a tiny little 1 acre plot of land was a Sundance camper with a little pallet shack with a ladder that goes above the roof. And he built fences around the roof where he would sit. There was a big recliner up there. So there was a guy that lived in a Sundance in a pallet shack. Well, I rebuke them in the name of Jesus. Bitch, I'm already being puppeted by some type of giant wood crawler. Watch Gemini Home Entertainment. If you want to. Gemini Home Entertainment is a masterclass in the ether. Am I looking more indigenous, guys? Look at how my face has changed. You know what I'm talking about in New York? I'm starting to look more like Jay Schlatt. Isn't that weird? What the hell? You know what I'm saying? But I'll have one more. I don't mind having one more. What's my charge at? 15? So why was it not charging when I was talking to my mom? There's more. I mean, there was more people. I don't want to go outside, but I know I need fresh air. Look at the other ones. Ain't that kicking off? I mean, Ken is kind of stupid. I think he's a drug. Do you think he does drugs? You think Ken's doing a lot of drugs? You think Ken might be smoking meth? Why do you think he's so aggressive all day? What the fuck's he got going on? We don't act out that much here. Not in a way he needs to scream at us. What else is? I mean,
Also, on Saranac Lake, I don't know if it's a part of my family or not, but right next to that island, right on the road to get to that island, there's a giant mansion called the O'Brien House, and it's all green. So I've always been hoping that at some point I'm going to get a letter, and it's like, you're from a billionaires, but we didn't want to tell you because we didn't want you to be like us. We didn't want you to be a rich prick. So we didn't tell you that you're actually rich, and then I can save the world. I found out where the roaches come from, guys. They're in the mirror. The roaches live in the wood behind the mirror. They just came out to come into the microwave. You guys don't know how valuable it is that I spent years out in the woods and did not learn from religion. I didn't learn from a family. I didn't have a stable place. You guys don't know how unique that is, that my whole life has been constant meeting thousands of different people from a culture where it's hard to see people. Vermont is isolated. Most people spend most of their day completely silent, traveling through alone in a giant small town hippie commune across Vermont. That the hippies have slowly left and the colonization has slowly built up. But the amount of different people that I've met with the uniqueness of not having social conditioning, I think that's why I fight so hard and say I'm not schizophrenic, because schizophrenic is a neurodegenerative disease that eats at you for the rest of your life. So I'm never going to be schizophrenic. My mom used to call, so I didn't have schizophrenia. She used to scream, "You were diagnosed schizophrenic." She admitted today I had schizoaffective at 13 because I lied about my acid use. And then they changed that to HPPD. But when I tell her you're weaponizing a diagnosis, she would say, "You're diagnosed schizophrenic," and she would post it on Facebook. And I wasn't, and I'm not. And then she tried for years to figure out the secrets of schizophrenia while I'm learning about indigenous culture, and the help that she wanted me to get, I was getting through having the right mentors. And in a way that was the most fulfilling for me, independent and alone. If I make it to my birthday this year, I'll tell you that I'm going to write the page. With the phrase that I want written on my tombstone. first time I met Kat, I was sick, and my car had been stolen, and the slumlord from Burlington was holding it over my head. He wanted $4,000 for my car that he stole. He had a guy tow my unique, one-of-a-kind car that I got when my Dogecoin money, and he stole it and wanted $4,000 for it. So I had to move into a tent in the freezing cold when spring was coming, and I got really sick because I was living in a swamp, and I didn't know to put pallets on my tent. So I was just living in water, just laying in swamp water. And then I would go out and eat the food from the dumpsters. So I would eat like leftover Chinese that had been there for a couple days. And that was gourmet. I love when I found Chinese food. I would just eat pizza crust that people left their pizza crust. And I got really sick. So I was sick. I had blisters on my feet where it was hard to walk, and my socks were falling apart, and I would just waddle in pain up the giant hill. Through Burlington's on a giant hill. There's the lake, and then there's a big hill that I would go up, and I'd have to walk through town through all the robots and the rich white people and the tourists. And I'd go to Handy's to ask him for help, and they would just shoo me away and treat me like shit and make a joke out of it. Pick on the homeless guy. And then I'd go back, and I can't tell you if I was more sick than I was when I was passed out behind Capstone with the heater, but it felt worse back then. So I think I might have been more sick. So it felt worse than when I had 103-degree fever. And this guy shows up with a disco ball on his head. It's this old guy with a beard. What up, Derek? How you doing, man? How's life? What's good? You got any tail out there? I saw Derek as a buff adult with a beautiful woman the other day. I had a dream that Derek was an adult, and you had big muscles, and you had a beautiful black queen that was thick as hell. I was jealous. She looked like what Tyler wants to be. And I woke up saying, good for Derek. But that could just be archetypes for your growth, and that could be just South African culture. I don't know what it was. But with Kat, stop with the black queen bullshit. A beautiful black queen. An African goddess with the curly hair. I was jealous. I was mad. I want her. You can have the snow bunnies. I don't want them. I just sit there being like this fucking colonizer bitch. Fuck her. Fuck your ancestors. Fuck you and your ancestors. I conquered you. Make me a sandwich. You trying to get some black ad? I have. Half the girls I've been with are black. I think I've been with 30 women, probably, and half of them were black. I think I liked them better. With those girls, when I knew them and they were friends with families, because I'm from Brattleboro's, it's nowhere near the hood. It's nowhere near the projects, but it's closer to major cities than anywhere else in Vermont. And it is considered one of the poorest parts. So it's the projects of Vermont. It's considered the toughest town in America. And we had a lot of African immigrants. So there was a lot of people of color there. And I liked them a lot more
when there was more of a unity, because once you leave high school, things get very lonely and your friends split up and you sort of have to become a different person to live. So I liked the girls a lot better when everybody was hanging out and there was more of a social setting. Afterwards and after COVID, I felt like a lot of them had lost themselves and they found themselves again in sort of becoming a characterization of what they thought their culture should be. And I didn't like that because it didn't feel genuine. So I'm not saying that I didn't like their black attitude, but I felt like I didn't like what they had become from Instagram. Derek, you don't even know. You don't even know. They loved me. They loved the Casey. They loved my Celtic air, my Irish god. They wanted to be bedded by my Irish god. How long have I been muted? Did you guys miss the whole? I was talking about there's this male porn star that specializes in interracial porn, and a lot of girls would come to my door, and they said that the word around town is I'm like that guy. So girls used to really like me, and I thought that I was crazy, but they would say they were the people that put me onto astrology. They would say, "No, you're not. You're a Sagittarius. You're not crazy. You're a Sag, and that's the hottest thing you could be." They loved Sag. They called me a Swaggitarius. One time, one girl called me a Swaggitarius. I liked how confident they were. They never had to like pretend to be anything, and I liked that a lot. True story. I need Q-tips. But they're also, I think they were just as indigenous as African. But I was talking about that there's a lot of African immigrants in my place, and that I was from the hood of Vermont, which does have cred because everyone else is pretending to be something they're not. And we didn't even realize the difference between pretending to be something you're not. That didn't even hit our minds. That there are posers. The people that were posers were so obvious to us. And then I grew up and traveled, and I realized pretty much everywhere else they're all posers. So there's an authenticity in Brattleboro that's beautiful. I don't want it to end, but I fucking hate them right now. So I kind of hope that the streets completely envelop them like they are, because it's getting worse down there, really bad, I guess, supposedly. So I don't know if I lost my street cred. I've definitely not holding on to the wisdom that I learned from my mentors that I live with in Albany, New York. But it's painful. To be a real one is very painful, and I think Derek can tell you a lot about that. Being real is pain. So I let go of that, and it's to my detriment. It's not great. Okay, we're back. Oh, Cat. So this old guy comes in, and he's on this, it looked like he welded it himself. A bunch of different bike parts that were cut up and then pieced together. And he built his own big trike that he would lean back on and pedal like this. And he pulled up with a disco ball in his head that cut out his face. So he pulled up with the disco ball shining. And he was really nice, really kind guy. Very peaceful. And I took a picture of him because and I sent it to my old group chat of him with the disco ball on his head. And he had on his bike, he had a flashlight for his headlamp. And he punched holes of a cross. So the cross would shine in front of him when he rode around on that bike. And he gave me like $100 worth of sleeping bags, tent equipment. He taught me about raising the tent on pallets. And he helped me out with a lot of stuff. And then the next time I saw him, I went to visit him. And he read my tarot. For the first time I ever had my tarot read, he read it. And he was with a guy named Brian, who had a little dog. And Cat he told me that he said that he was on that big cliffside I talked about. He said that he dug himself under and built a whole house in there. So I thought that he had spent years tunneling in and built like this big thing. But what he really meant is that he cleared a bunch of trees out on the cliffside and he dug a flat plane that he built a yurt on right downtown in the center of town. And when I went there, he read my tarot. I checked in on him. But it's like the first initial time I meet people, and then the second time I meet them, there's just this clouded, disgusting darkness, and they do horrible stuff. So I could feel the energy vampire in him the second time I met him. The first time was great. He helped me a lot. The second time, it was completely inverted. And I walked with him through town. We went to the center of town. It was us and a bunch of Somalian refugees that immigrated, and they were living out there. So I did a bunch of push-ups with them. We freestyled for a while. They liked me a lot, but then Kadia came up and ordered me around and tried to make a show of me. And I was like, I'm trying to be nice to the guy. He told me he was going to teach me martial arts. I want to learn martial arts. He's a black belt. So of course I went with him because I was like, I'm going to be his friend, but tried to make it clear that you're not talking to me like that, but I'm not going to not be your friend, because that's who I was back then. Now I'd be like, don't fucking talk to me like that. Just because he said that, you get it. When he was like, pick up my sandals, and he's walking away and he turns around and he's like, grab my sandals. I've been like, don't fucking order me like that, bitch. Grab your own goddamn sandals. You want to be an asshole about it? You know what I'm saying? But they liked me a lot. We were talking about making music together. I left with Kat, and then I walked with him through town, and I watched him purposefully stop traffic just to have the fat rich guy in his car get out and scream at him, and Kat sunned him in front of everybody. So I got to see Kat. He was like fierce, like a warrior, and he really got them good in a way that made them feel bad. And then but he was German, Celtic. And he was like 6'2", but he was old. But he was also a martial artist with like huge muscles. But he was also very skinny. And this was in the summertime, we went to the next park, and he fucking went off on me. He had like a baton, and he was teaching me how to defend against it. And we were playing this freestyle game where we were fighting, so everything I did he would do back to me. But he had like rings on that had like tons of rings and like a metal spike, so when he hit me it really hurt. but I was in a much different place than I am now. Still the traumatized sort of half pushover. Not that I would submit or whatever, but different. Because now I have years of barking back at people that bark at me, mauling them emotionally with the forest vibes. And I've had a lot more initiations and stuff. So he beat me up in front of he took me to the hood of Vermont, of Burlington, which is a lot different than the hood of Vermont, but it's a predominantly like poor. It's where I guess like the skate park is all rich white kids that talk shit and order their girlfriends around. The other park is all like adult immigrants from different African countries, and they're all outside having cookouts and hanging out, and it's fun. But those people are living in like the projects area, like the developmental Section 8 housing. So they call it the projects, but I don't call it the projects. That's just what the people around town refer to it as. And I don't really know a better way to put it other than like the black community. But he took me to that park and we fought in the center of it. And then another guy showed up and they did some lessons and he taught us some martial arts. And then we went back and then he did some mushrooms and then he pounced off of a tree and choked me out and tried to kill me. And then I broke free and I didn't want to hurt him. I like threw him down and then I tried to walk away and we were on the big cliff side overlooking the drop to the waterfront. And he spit in my face. He blocked me on his big pallet deck that he built. And he blocked me and he spit in my face. And I was like trying to set an example and do the right thing. So I walked away and then I grabbed my bike and walked up the hill back to the main part. And I said, keep jerking off in your tent. And then because he beat me there, where he had like won against me, he spit in my face and did all this. Right in front of Brian with the big dog or the little dog but he's a big guy. He went mad with power. He started thinking he was a lion. He would walk around on all fours. He would beat the fuck out of kids and adults and not get in trouble. He was doing like hospital drugs. He had like a plug at the hospital that would give him free morphine and whatever else they do at the hospital. So he would go downtown and just attack people spiritually. He was like this rampaging Leo named Cat in the year of the cat. And he's born on the 5th, August 5th. So he would roar and go but he was like very good at what he did. He could throw a frisbee across a football field and bean somebody in the head. Like at the local beaches and parks, he would like walk around on all fours, do like handstand push-ups, whoop people's ass, living his life. And then he would like walk on all fours, roar. A parks department ranger would be like, Cat, you got to stop. And then he'd pick up a frisbee and beat him in the head from like a football field away. Swear to God. When you don't have a job and you spend all your day traveling and doing all the crazy shit he did before the internet, he had a lot of great skills. So I can see why as a Leo, he was pumping that out to the entire community, being in the center of town. In a den that he dug and built a yurt in on this cliffside. And he called it Wolf Hollow. And that, along with Schmeathan, was one of my main ops. Crazy Katia. Hollow Wolf. And the first time I went into his den was really cool because he had a couch in there, and then he had a big yurt, and then the main yurt he had a living room area, and then it was really cool. He had windows that overlooked the whole waterfront, but he also had, in the wintertime when I first met him, he had a big tent in the yurt, and then he had a smaller tent in that tent in the yurt. So it was like a den. So I literally had to go down into his den, and he was living like a king in there. It was really cool. But I felt like there was this sense of he was always trying to siphon my life force. And that's why the hollow wolf steals the hearts, which sucked. Literally. And then after he took whatever he took from me, he went mad with power and bullied a bunch of people. And then the entire town at the bus station, not the entire town, but everyone at the bus station ganged up on him, and like 15 people jumped him at the bus station and beat the fuck out of him and put him in the hospital. And then he came back out like he was fine when he got out with his injuries. The last time I saw him he was the darkest. He was really dark. Like there was so much darkness in him. I could feel it when I pulled onto the road. I felt this weird darkness. And then I saw him walking past me, and he was like completely possessed, a little bit bigger muscles, fighting, and I could just feel this huge darkness, and his skin was darker. Like not dark skin, like dark brown, like there was like this blackness around him. He was spiritual. He did mushrooms. He knew black magic. He had witchcraft books. He read people's tarots, and he did it so well. He knew how to recycle them. Like he would tell them, if you want to do my tarot, you're going to be recycled. We're going to take you, and you're going to be reconfigured and come back. And I watched it happen. So he was like an old druid king that taught me a lot. I learned a lot from him. And eventually we fought a bunch, and I felt like I learned a bunch of stuff, and he learned a bunch of stuff. We had like this big screaming match in front of everybody. Actually, it was one morning, and it was like a weird. The energy was weird. He showed up and walked around like just a way I never really. It was just so different to see whatever he learned in full expression. Such a unique way that I can recreate how he walked. If I ever animated, I could recreate it. And I tried to. It was funny because we were at war, like yelling at each other. After we fought, we would get into screaming matches. I would be on my bike, and I almost beat him with a bat. We would go at each other a lot during the Year of the Cat in that summer. And then, funny, every day I would go up and buy, because I didn't have a lot of money. So every day I'd go walk all the way up and buy 2 things of peace tea. So one time he showed up, and I didn't realize the significance of me trying to offer him a peace tea. But he took it, and he was happy about it, and then he tried to order me around the way that he used to, and I stood up for myself, so he whipped it and was like, fuck it. And then he walked away, and I was like, he left, and then he came back and went, bow, 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 with a fake, like pretending to shoot me. He was like, bow, bow, bow. And I was like, I thought that was hilarious. He walked away, so I went, bow, 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 bow. And then he scared the fuck out of me. The way that he ran at me, he went, Argh! And then I said, you could have learned a lot from me, you know. I'm a good friend to have. And I felt it hit him like a truck, because I felt him like suddenly understand I'm the king in the north before I had called myself that. That's what I felt from it reflected. I felt like he really understood. Something hit him about me that made him instantly respect me and fear me in a way, like righteous Casey authority. This golden light, golden green, emanating from the red and black confidence of the Casey Francis O'Brien. And I don't think I ever saw him again, other than actually a couple months later, he walked up to me on all fours, and he bowed his head like a lion, like this, and he's like, I don't want to hurt you anymore. I don't want to be at war with you. Can we please get over this? And I was like, sure. And then he got up and was fine. But the way that he walked around after that was the way that I used to walk around at 17. It was like I was watching myself. Like when I would watch old videos of myself, I watched it through him. And he was with just some random buff young guy. And I was like, who's this guy? And he's like, he's from Germany. He doesn't speak English. And then he got in some random rich BMW. He crawled in like a cat into the passenger seat of a very expensive BMW. And then they left. That was the last time I saw him. But that year, I had tons of different enemies that would show up. I had somebody that was born December 11th like me, but he was a couple years before me, named Derek. He was a huge op and a big... he would show up passed out drunk, and I would try to help him. And then he would show up passed out drunk, and I talked to him. And he was very wealthy from a rich town outside of Burlington, around that area, St. George. And he made beats. He was a musician. He was a beat maker. He made good stuff. We would talk about life and how it feels to be an 11. And we both had a story we wanted to share with each other about a dream we had. I was like, do you have a dream that you feel like is the most significant for your life, that really encapsulates how you feel your experience is, that happened recently? Because I had one. And then his dream was that he was standing there as a small crying child, and there was a gigantic book that was painful to turn. Every time he had to turn it, it was heavy, and it cut him the entire way, and it hurt, and he had to read the entire page and walk through the book to get to each page and then flip the next one, and it was horrible and painful. But it was this big giant thing. And my dream was I'm climbing this giant Vermont mountain, and I have to fight Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger and Alien and all these different horror movie antagonists, and I have to turn into an eagle and carry my friends to different battlefields and then go back. And I gave myself a paper cut somehow. I cut my finger open, but just like a really thin line. I had to climb this mountain, and I keep having dreams that I'm more and more up the mountain as it's gone by in these couple years. And the scenery changes, and the feel changes, and the people that I meet in the dream change. So he has a giant book that's painful and horrible, and he has to turn it. I have this scary mountain that I have to climb to victory alone. And both of our dreams were alone. And that's a Sagittarian 12-11. Other notable characters for whenever we watch this back: George, Derek, Kat, Heather, Brian, John Michael, Yuri, Ashley, Chad, Todd, Brenna, Ryan, Adam, the nice women at the CVOEO office who I from once. Ernest was a pedo. Ethan, Phoenix, Jaden, Alex, Lindsay, Aaron, Shauna, Christian, Joel. Not really my cousin Jesse until but Jesse, Ariana, Vicky, Melissa, Gary, my dad, Owen, Andrew, Neil, Jackson, Ricky, Kelly, the indigenous man at the Handy's Towing, and then the Mexican indigenous family of Handy's Towing, which is Charlie, that I know about. The people at Economic Services, including Heather at Economic Services, Heather at the motel. Jessie came back, the girl that I was with. And then we have Kat again. Nate. And then there was a Nate that had a lunchbox with the number 33 on it that was like the head of the skate park that was always treating me like shit. And then we had Nate, the guy who managed the U-Haul I worked at for a couple days. And then The other people were Brian there, and then Chad, another Chad, who was from a Central American country. And then the DoorDashing saga, we had whatever that girl's name was there. There were two girls I really liked at the McDonald's, the Chinese restaurant people. Then we had Albie Al and the guy who's the guy, Millie's. Someone that knew Millie's I met MGK that year in McDonald's. Then in the winter we had Vinny and Patrick, and then in the summer we had Patrick and Sean and Jesse, another Sean Jesse. So two Patricks, and then we had Vincent, which was the Leo named Alpha Wolf. There was Hollow Wolf and Alpha Wolf came at me, and Alpha Wolf was like a furry in his 30s with schizophrenia and autism that used to cut up trees with a hatchet and tell me that was me when I was broken down. And then we had John Sanderson, who was the energy vampire that kept showing up and attacking me in his car DoorDashing. My DoorDash op with the car that said Yoink from Rhode Island. And then we had Vinny, Jesse's son, and then we had Vinny, Chloe's friend. And then we had Gary Gay, who has gone missing. We don't know where the kid and Chloe are, and then he's now gone because his baby mama and their kid left him and got a restraining order. And now he tried to be a YouTuber and now he's gone. People aren't telling me where he went. But I still feel like he's attacking me. Like that same feeling that I got when he was stalking me is still coming back to this day. Sometimes I realize that there was a bunch of black magic spell work done to me to try to take away from me. Instead of trying to play my strings differently, they wanted to take my strings from themselves. What else happened in the Sundance year? Zach Bryan, Casey Musgraves, Kingdom of Creative Champions, Kai Cenat, met Ray. That was the last time I saw John Michael. And the last time I saw my cousin Jesse. It was in 2023. I'm so glad we now have it on video. The emotional abuse my mom tried to hit me with. And she would get randomly and she'd come at me in this video. Then we had what happened in the winter? We can say so there were two people born 8/11, Vincent Hollow Wolf, and then this indigenous woman that lived in Pittsford at the gas station. And then there was Michaela, and there was another Michaela, and then there was another Michaela, and another Nate. And then Calvin, another Brenna, I think, a guy named Ollie, a girl named April. I forgot the fucking kid's name. There was a wannabe rapper, Chris Days. So Chris. And then there were, in the year of the water cat and tiger, the crows were not able to hurt me at all. They would be so overwhelmed that they would freak out and run away. Now in the wood, they're really coming at me. But I used to be able to get the crows to leave very quickly back then. So the animals were better. I wasn't under attack. I was under attack by mosquitoes. They bothered me all the time, but that was it. I missed that because I had seagulls, I had raccoons, I had groundhogs, I had rabbits, I had tons of different birds. This year, it's only been the same few types of birds, occasional hawks, crows, and then big animals like bears. But back then, I had fox. Remember chasing? Do you guys remember? Nobody's here. Damn. There's a video called "Chasing a Fox at Mach Speed" when I lived in Newport, and then in Newport it was Tracy, a bunch of people up in Newport that were great. And that's just 1 year, and I'm missing like 40 other different people that I had significant instances with that were very impactful. At 4:44, it's time to go. 2022, just as impactful, just as many people. 2024, a lot less people. 2025, same names. One of them's dead. And the world is descending into chaos. But this is the year of the snake. 4444.